Alright, hello everyone. Kind of an early stream today. I haven't actually plugged in my headphones yet. Hang on. Very clever. Very smart. Streamer knows what he's doing, always. The streamer has never not known what he's doing.
I disagree.
Oh.
We live.
We live. Steve Wen, thank you for the 2 months of YouTube membership. Right, hello everyone. Time for Silent Hill 1 speedruns, but then also Resident Evil Survivor later. This is an earlier stream than usual because I have been awake since about 8 AM or something. Sorry, just like putting the game in the console and all that jazz. And the reason for this uncharacteristic early risingness is that I wanted to stream on Tuesday, but what happened was that I just didn't sleep at all. I could not get to bed no matter what I fucking did. So, lying awake at 6 AM, kind of frankly a bit pissed off with the fact that my body just decided it would be really funny to not sleep at a normal hour. I did something I have not done in a very long time, and just didn't go to bed. I just stayed up all night, I just pulled an all-nighter, and it wasn't completely unproductive, mind you, because I finished writing the script for the next video as a result of that. But as a result of me being, like, just pissed off about the fact body's like, haha, really funny, no sleep for streamer, I just stayed up all fucking night and all fucking day. Over Tuesday, mate, writing the script for the video. And it's done now. It is complete. Or at least the first draft is complete. Gonna need to, you know, like, read it over, make corrections, maybe rearrange some stuff, as I typically do. And then record the whole thing. I will try to do that later today. All 17 fucking pages of it. Right, hello. Change the scene to the game. We're doing a speedrun here. Doing some Silent Hill at that. And play. And don't, actually. It's much funnier when the splits don't work. There we go. Stay hydrated, I have a can of Monster Energy drink, and that's all you're getting. Today, I desperately need the energy, because I have a long fucking day ahead. Like, besides the fact that my sleep is, like, totally fucked, like, way more fucked than usual. Like, it's bad usually, but it's, like, turbo fucked right now. I am also on the Hotfix later tonight, so I'm gonna be up until, like, 4 AM, regardless of what, so, fuck.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
So, don't be surprised if I am absent from streaming until the weekend. Fortunately, at least, I only have 2 proper actual days of work today, this week. Today, and tomorrow, because Friday is... It's Good Friday, so I have the day off. But do not be surprised if I do not stream Good Friday. Because right now, my sleeping is a complete fucking train wreck.
This? What's going on here?
What's going on here? Oh baby, the RNG is with me. Kind of. Kind of with me. Yeah, if I save 4 more seconds, I get 2nd place in this category. So that'd be neat. That's what we're, that's vaguely what I'm gesturing at.
What's that?
What's that?
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
I'm completely zoned out right now. You can tell this is earlier than I'm used to doing streams. Cause my ass is like on a I'm on a different planet right now. I'm still doing Silent Hill 1 runs anyway. Why not? What else are you gonna do? It's 10 AM. You're not supposed to be awake at 10 AM. Well, I mean I am. You're supposed to be awake at 10 AM. Oh, this guy aggroed from like halfway across the street. What a bastard. I do at some point want to go back to, I say go back to like I've stopped completely, but the last thing I was doing is I was playing Alone in the Dark, right? I was like messing around with speedrun stuff. I do want to learn that run. I want to give it a shot. Although, I was watching Catlink stream last night, and she was, not last night, was it last night? Might have been the previous night. Time is fake, right? That, like, when you, like, skip sleeping for a day, I no longer have a sense of when, like, yesterday was anymore. But, Catlink found some kind of out-of-bounds trick in the run. So she is well in the process of making everyone's life much harder. Hey, Ozymandias. Early stream, early stream. Not like that much earlier, but a little earlier. This will not be a regular occurrence. This is because my sleep is, like, totally fucked lately. I would very much like this to not be a regular occurrence. Time is a social construct, but it's not that much of one. Time do be passing. Hey, Melezra, thanks for the good luck. Glad you enjoy the runs. On a note of stuff that I've been doing off-stream that has nothing to do with stream, but it's just fun for me, I finally bought, like... Finally, because I've been saving for this, like, to jump on it when the opportunity permitted. It's a thing I've wanted for a while, but I finally bought, like, a proper, full-size, full-ass, like, metal slab, like, proper home, Dance Dance Revolution pad. Like, it's an arcade pad. It's it's not attached to the machine, because I don't need the fucking machine. But I bought proper full arcade DDR controller because I like DDR. And I would like to play it without having to get the fucking train to my quote-unquote local, and it's not very local. Like, I used to really enjoy DDR, and I was a lot fitter when I played a lot of DDR. But the caveat is that the local arcade is in no meaningful way local. It hasn't currently been delivered. That's the part that's sitting in the back of my brain. Scaring me to death. Open the door, Mason. But like metal box, it's padded cloth. The pad, it's metal. Like it's an arcade unit. It is fucking 200 pounds of steel. That's the part that's worrying me, because they're gonna show up to my house with a crate. And I'm gonna be like, great! How do I get this inside my house? Like, it'll fit through the door. They're not, like, massive. I mean, they're pretty massive. But they're not very thick, you know? Stand it vertically, it'll fit through a door, no problem. Uncrating stream? Fuck no. I'm not gonna be able to get the fucking thing in this room to stream that. It's going in the other room. Do I own a furniture dolly? I do not. Okay, actually I do, but it's not big enough for something that big. Like, the dolly I do have is not, like, fucking dance mat sized. It doesn't, the thing is that it doesn't have to get far. It just has to get, like, literally in my front door, that's it. Because it's got wheels. The thing's got wheels. These pads have wheels. You can put wheels on them and, like, move them about the place. But it just has to get, like, in the door. Then I can uncrate the fucking thing, bolt the wheels on, and then I can start moving it about. But it's that initial hurdle of, like, how do I get this in the house? I think I'm going to need to bribe a friend to help me lift it. I think that's my plan. Because, like, it's 200 pounds. The weight. I do not think I can, like, I think lifting that by myself wouldn't just be difficult, I think that's out of the question. Like, I just don't think that's not going to happen. Ah, camera angle. Two-wheeled car. Do you know how big a DDR thing is? It needs to get in the house sideways, is a secondary problem. Like, you can't wheel that shit in, like, flat. It won't get through the door. You have to pick it up, rotate it sideways. It's a two-man job, maybe even three. So yeah, that's sitting in the back of my mind, is like, and obviously you can't just like, you can schedule a day for deliveries naturally, but you have no idea. You don't know when they're gonna show up. So they're just gonna like show up with a crate. I'm gonna be like, great. I'm gonna like phone a friend being like, things here, I guess, and I'm gonna have to wait for him to like have a moment. You know, I guess it's fine. It can just wait outside until he's got a moment. No one's gonna walk off with the fucking thing. I would be very impressed if someone manages to just walk off with it if it's left outside for a couple hours. I got swung at. Bring the TV to it. It's already pretty close. Like, I want this thing in my front room, so, like, it literally just has to get in the door. I already use the computer in the front room like a pseudo-arcade game setup for other bullshit, like poppin' music. So it really doesn't have to get far, but it does have to get, like, a few meters, you know? It's like, how do I accomplish this? The perils of living alone is that it's very difficult to move large objects. Fuck. Door failed. I'm looking forward to getting to play on, like, proper kit, but also, like, very nervous about it, because it's a whole fucking pad, you know? I want it done. I want it done so I don't have to think about it. It was also eye-wateringly expensive. Hey, Caden, how's the run going? Kind of poorly, honestly. But I'm half asleep, and this is the first one I've done in a couple of days, so I'm just kind of like, let's just keep going for now. Come here, little shit. Oh, I mean, it's whatever. It's not going, like, horrendously. It's just PB in this game is very hard. And I am half asleep, and I have just started, so whatever. Let's just play a game. Let's just play the game. Alright? I'll figure it out later. For now, play the game. Consider training 10,000 mice to work together. If only it was so simple. That was pretty good. Hey, Twisted. Yep, not in the middle of the night. I said very early. Very early. To the person who asked earlier, is like, what inspired me to do such an early stream? What inspired me is that I tried to go to bed on Tuesday at a normal time, and my body was like, no. So I am pissed off, and then I try to go to bed again later, and my body is still like, no. And at this point, I am well past, like, normal bedtime hours, and I've wasted, like, several hours of my life just fucking lying in bed trying to go to sleep, like a normal person. And it's like, well, okay, well, my day's already fucking ruined, because I'm not allowed to sleep, I guess, so I just didn't sleep. I pulled an all-nighter, spent the entirety of the day finishing up the script for the next video, and I did finish the script, so, you know, it's not like I made bad use of the time, I suppose. But I was, in fact, at that point, up for about 30 hours straight, which is not good for you. Do not do that. So me having woke up this early today is because I went to bed very early the previous day because I'd been up for 30 hours prior. A solo DDR pad or a duo pad? Just a solo. I do not think I don't think my front room has room for like a double set. There's definitely room for a single. But I'm less sure I'd have room for the fucking full, like, 2 pads together. I also don't play doubles that much. It would also be twice as expensive, and the cost of a single pad was already embarrassing. Hey, DJV. Purchase of the kind of price that literally fucking gives me huge anxiety to think about. It's like, you wanted it, you saved up for it, you were financially sensible about it. It's still a lot of money, though. It's still really, it's still like, Jesus Christ, that is used car money. Oh, it worked, damn. Mom and you were contemplating buying a full double pad set cabinet and all a while back. That's... You got a cool mum if you can get her in on that. But I don't need a cabinet is the thing. I need Mine, like, plugs into a computer via USB. That's the ideal, because, you know, it can play all kinds of things on the PC. Can't be used car money, 1,000 maybe. He doesn't know. Chat, he doesn't know. He lacks critical information. If you think 1,000 is the roof... $1,000 is the floor. Like, a good pad is gonna run you 4 digits minimum. And in my case, that shit was being shipped from quite far, because they don't make them over here. Put it this way, it is I think the most expensive single object I will own. Like as a singular object, I think it will be the most expensive thing in my house. It's kind of difficult to explain it because I'm sort of embarrassed to provide the exact number. It's difficult to sort of broach that without saying, oh, look at how much money I can spend on stupid shit. It's like, but I've wanted it for a while. You've been saving literally for like years, man. I've been saving since Yuan said he was like going to make them, but then I jumped on a different manufacturer when the chance struck. Got a more reliable one with like good reviews and a good reputation, rather than whatever the hell Yuan was building. I mean, not that Yuan has a bad reputation, but like you never know until the reviews were in for like whatever the fuck he was up to. I'm gonna stream Silent Hill on the pad? No. Not everything has to do with Silent Hill.
I disagree.
It's not really for stream at all, it's for me. B. Thank you for the 31. Training mode is the place for me. I mean, I guess I could do Silent Hill. Like, it interfaces with a computer, so there's no physical reason I can't do it that way. Just, I'd have to wheel it into here. Also, pad's only got 5 buttons. I need more buttons on the pad for that. It would be much, much simpler if I just got my soft mat and, like, brought that in here instead. Like, you don't need to use the fucking metal mat for that. That's, like, way overkill. Like, I have one of those, like, much simpler soft mats. But soft mats don't cut the mustard at any kind of, like, decent level of play. It's kind of fucked up that the only, like, options for DDR pads are either you get, like, a soft mat for $50 and they're, like, playable if you're mediocre. But anything that's, like, vaguely past, like, the 13 level is gonna fuck you up. So that's not massively helpful. Or you can spend $2,000 on an arcade pad. Those are your options. Would you like $50 and kinda shit, or $2,000 and designed for a fucking arcade? The middle option in this dichotomy barely exists. Like, there are L-Tech pads, but they really need... They're not great out of box. In fact, I would go as far as to say they're kind of bad out of box. You need to modify them. You need, like, I had to modify them for it to be okay, and even then it still kind of shit the bed like a month after I started using it, which was not great. I don't think it's unsalvageable, but I can't be fucked. Fuck the L-Tech. My phone pad still works. It's just not like the.
What's this?
It's hard to describe, but the nature of the material just like isn't suited for high intensity play, and like high intensity doesn't mean like the hardest of the hard. It starts at like basically when you start playing experts. And then it starts to get kind of frustrating. Damn, I lost 3 seconds. That was a pretty good hospital as well. I didn't feel too bad. So I could do like, oh, Silent Hill speedruns on a DDR pad. You know, I could do like a gimmick stream like that. I could do it like right now. The phone pad's just in the other room. I could just go and grab it. I'm not going to. Because I'm really not feeling it right now. I do not feel incredibly well at the moment, shockingly. Owing to a combination of fucked up sleep and other shit. Reminded, actually, there's a video on the internet of someone playing the 360 DDR game with a soft mat, right? And he does really well. He plays a really hard song on a soft mat and gets a very good score. And I'm like, it's very impressive for a soft pad score. So I couldn't do that. I passed an 18 once on a soft mat and posted it in the Discord, and the people who play DDR in my Discord were like, how the fuck did you do that? And I was like, I don't know. Soft pads are bullshit. But the way he had gotten such a good score on, like, a hard song is that he taped his soft pad to a hard pad. Like, he had a hard pad for a different console and taped his soft mat to it to get the grounding, the texture. He taped it to the thing. It's incredible. This is not a video that, like, anyone has seen, by the way. This is, like, a video that has, like, fucking 2,000 views tops. But I think about that one a lot, and it's like, damn, that is... Guy really wanted that score. Because it's a 360 game, right? So if your mat doesn't support 360, which most of them don't. But if I did a sleep streaming... Firstly, I am not the kind of person who does that. And secondly, the problem is that I can't sleep normally. Can you deliver the link later? If you're in the Discord, I don't know, at me and I can go find it. Oh, well, like DDR Universe 888 should bring it up because it's like one of the top results for that game. Just because there aren't that many videos of that particular game. I don't think it even released in Europe. Could you not staple or nail stuff onto a big bit of plywood? You could, yeah, people do. Which does help a little. Nice. Clean 6-shot. I don't know how people do sleep streams or other stream. I don't know how people do streams where the camera, like, goes into different rooms. Like, my camera is a webcam attached to the top of the monitor. I don't, like, if I was going to do a sleep stream, I'd have to put a camera in my bedroom. And I don't want to do that for a variety of reasons, but also, like, just the technical logistics of that. I don't know how I'd handle that. How am I going to get a fucking camera up there? Like, connected to what? Am I just going to run it with a really long wire? Just get, like, a very long extension cable and, like, get the webcam in there? I don't know. I don't know how people do this. I don't know how people do that. Mobile phone? Ugh. Ugh. Like, we know I hate phones, right? So firstly, I don't have more than one. And my phone is old. If it was reasonably viable for me to, like, go dumb phone, I would. I feel like you need very complicated streamer setup for that. Like, I don't require a more fancy webcam setup because my webcam is always, like, my face in the corner of, like, the stream, usually. Sometimes I use it for full, like, wide shots when I'm doing my YouTube videos. Or, you know, those handful of shots where I point it down at the desk in order to, like, show something that I physically have, like the 7 Mansion strategy guide. And honestly, in those shots, you can really see the lack of visual fidelity in my webcam setup. Which is very funny to me. Makes me giggle, at least. Ow. I'm kind of facing the wrong direction. You know, compared to YouTubers I've seen that have much cleaner, like when they do like person shots of objects or just themselves, you know, they look much nicer. And I presume the reason for that is that they have actual cameras. Like, not web cameras. I presume they have like actual cameras. I don't have an actual camera. And I guess if I am to be to aspire to that level of production quality in the YouTube video, that would be the next logical step. But I don't know where the fuck I'd put a camera, and I don't want a camera. So I'm not currently really entertaining that thought. It rests in my brain, but I have no serious intention of getting, like, a camera. There's also just the fact that part of the problem with my webcam setup as well is that, like, why the picture quality is kind of, like, meh. Is that the lighting in this house is just trash. I need to buy way more lights. I don't know what it is, but all the light bulbs, like, that's weak as fuck. That doesn't illuminate shit. And the one in my front room is even worse. They're just weak. They're just not bright. You can't see fucking nothing. They're just kind of shitty. I just have a house that has shitty lights. I have wanted, like, at least a third key light for this stream, at least. Like, something that goes behind the monitor. So I'm not sure the 2 ring lights are 100% enough. That seems like something I could read, but it would need to be, like, tall. I'd need to figure out how to get it up there. Right now, I just have 2 ring lights on the desk, like, either side of me. They're very cheap, but they do the job. They're very cheap ring lights. But, like, ring lights don't gotta be expensive. They're ring lights, you know? They're just like a little stand-up box that puts out fucking bright light. They don't gotta be fancy. It shouldn't be complicated, shouldn't be expensive. This is a very simple request. But, you know, the most common issue I have with the lighting is that when the microphone is sat here, and the microphone is between me and the light, it makes me look like I've been punched in the face. And people point this out every so often. And I have never known precisely what to do about that. Because the microphone is just sort of, you know, it needs to be in front of my face. In order for, you know, the sound to be picked up. Makes me look more intense. People always, like, the thing is that, as well, is that I also already lightly look like I've been punched in the face, right? Because I don't know which side of my face it's on. You might be able to see if you look at it really closely. I got stuck on something there, fuck. I actually do have, like, a mark under one of my eyes. I forget which one. That, like, looks like dark. You know, I have a dark, like, my eyes probably look darker than usual because I've slept like fucking trash. Dark bags under these dark eyes. But there is just, like, a mark under one of my eyes. It might not be visible at, like, webcam resolution, whatever. Anyway, like, I've got a burst blood vessel under one of my eyes. It's just been there since I was, like, 13. So I've always looked like I've been punched in the face. So like even without like fucked up lighting, I just always there always looks like there's something wrong with my face. I do not know when that blood vessel burst in. I remember like being in the bathroom, like looking at it, being like, what the fuck happened to my face? And my mum walks by and she's like, what the fuck happened to your face? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know when this happened. And I go to her and I was like, is this a problem? And she's like, it just looks like you've burst a blood vessel under there. I'm like, is that a problem? That sounds bad. That sounds bad, Mum. And she's like, it's not a problem. It'll probably go away on its own. No, it didn't. It never did. It's still there. It's still there. I'm like, in my late 20s and it's still there. It's been there since I was like 13. God damn it. You found me recently through Carsey's GDQ RE7 speedrun. I was on the couch, right? Yeah, that's the same. That's me. That's one and the same. I'm Punchy. Hi, welcome to the stream. I looked quite different then because I was younger and healthier and didn't have my hair down to my ankles. Thing is, though, as far as I can tell, the burst blood vessel under my eye wasn't, like, due to stress. I don't know, it wasn't due to injury, rather, or due to stress. I don't know what it was from. I never really found out. Nice. Life gets so tall, it happens. I mean, I like the hairstyle change, personally. I'm not so upset about that. But that was a long time ago. So I definitely probably look slightly different now. Beyond just, like, the hair. Like, when was Carsey's RE7 GDQ run? It's kind of funny how popular that run is, actually, that people... Because I get that quite a lot. People still sometimes kind of go, I remember you. You were that guy who told Carsey that it was fine, and then he walked out and almost fucking died. To it anyway. I swear I heard it despawn, guys. I swear that wasn't sabotage. Swear to God I heard the despawn noise. It was a different enemy, is the thing. Like, I have rewatched that shit multiple times trying to figure out what it is I did wrong there when I was listening for it. And there were two enemies, and, like, one of them despawned, but not the one I thought despawned. God damn it. Mason, what are you doing? GDQ 2018, so 6 years ago. That is both somehow longer ago than I thought it was, but not that long at all. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because I'd only really been going to GDQ for like a couple of years, right? Like I started going around that time, because that's around the time I started to get into the event with some degree of consistency. And then the pandemic happened, so there's like a 4-year gap. That was slightly early. Gonna be here for the next one? No. That's the thing, I haven't really felt the desire to go back. Since the post-pandemic gap, I have not attended GDQ in person, and I have no real plans to. The explanation I always give for this is the same as ever, and it hasn't changed. It's really expensive, and I don't really, like spending that much money when I know I don't have to. They have the facility to support online runners, they just choose not to use it. Now, DDR... Yeah, what? Here's the thing, right? The DDR pad cost so much money, it, like, actually took me out for the day when I bought one because it made me so anxious from how much I'd spent on it that it, like, made me feel... Thinking about it made me feel physically ill. Even though I could totally afford... Because I've been saving for years to get one. I was like, I want the thing. You want the thing, Punchy. You do want the thing. You've thought about it you've slept on it many nights. You do want the thing. But it's such a huge quantity of money that it made me, like like, ill. Do the thing. Anyway, going to GDQ would be like if I bought one of those every 6 months. That's one of the things I've never really, like, talked about, but doing the DDR pad thing has brought it firmly back into my mind. The amount of money that I would have to spend in order to go to GDQs every time was, like, anxiety-inducingly expensive. Like, I always say it's just, you know, it's expensive and I don't like travel. That's all true, but I really have kind of, like, downplayed the fact that, like, seriously, it feels really bad. It feels really bad. That does sound like you thought they pay for the travel and such? No. Oh my god. That's so funny, I'm sorry. No, they do not pay for the travel. Good fight. I hate to be kind of a shit, but no, they do not pay for the travel. Whoa, I fucking wish, dude. If they did, it wouldn't be an issue, you know? I wouldn't be having these problems, but as is, it seriously, it costs me like $2,000 every time I want to go, plus, you know, food. You have to pay for, you know, I mean, you gotta buy food when you're anywhere. But it somehow becomes more expensive when you're traveling. Because you can't get I mean, you can get groceries, but, like, when am I going to keep them? The fucking, what, the hotel fridge? I don't know. You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. Travel has a way of making simple things expensive somehow. That might be too far. That's very cringe. It was like not even a half step. It was like a 5th step away from being in range. Very cringe. Yeah, the online era of GDQs as a result was a huge boon for me, because like I was able to get in quite a few times over the online era, and it was, you know, cheap, free. I could just do it. You could just do it whenever. Cost nothing, as long as you were free that day, and I was. You could just do the run. It was great. You know, I got all the benefits of being able to do a run in a GDQ, and I didn't have to pay a fucking dime. Great. But despite having all the infrastructure for that, they just don't want to, like, deploy it to the same extent. They do still, like, have remote runs. They allow the option for submissions, but the number of remote runs they took is so small that it's, like, a joke, functionally. I don't want to be mean about it, but, like, it's a joke. They might as well not bother. Level 93 Rotsus! Welcome to the stream. The run? I don't think this is the run. It's not bad, though. For a run I've done off the cuff, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Seriously? Never mind, it's trash, actually. What the fuck? Yeah, the number of, the number of remote runs they took last event was, like, 6, I think, total. 6. That is so few that it might as well be 0. And at least one of them was kind of like faux remote, because it was a guy who had a different run that was physically at the event. Like, we've talked about this before, I don't want to get into the specifics of, like, that one. But there was a guy who did a run at the event, went home, and then did another run there. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, that shit does not count. You're just point dumping? That's fair. Any indication they'll take more than 6 this year? Not really, no. I'm hoping, you know, like, maybe I can be the one token non-American they take this time. That'd be nice. You know, I may as well take the gamble. Doesn't cost me anything to try to play for, like, one of their 5 remote slots or whatever, but the odds, it doesn't feel good. You know? I'm actually surprised how many when I posted my submissions, I'm surprised how many comments I got. They were like, oh, your descriptions are really funny. I was completely half-assing it when I wrote those. I refused to spend more than, like, 2 minutes on any given description because I just didn't want to put more effort into writing them because it's like, what the fuck ever. The odds of me getting in are terrible. Think my run just doesn't stack up against the other online runners? Well, it doesn't matter. It's not about my runs not stacking up, it's the fact they're online in the first place. They take so few online runs that it doesn't... How my runs are doesn't seem like it makes any difference. I'm gonna YOLO it. I YOLO'd it and got grabbed, no. It's not a matter of my runs being, like, any more or less... Ooh, you have to walk forward. Deserving of getting in, it's just, they take so few that, like, who cares? How many remote submissions there are total? I don't know. They don't, like, that information isn't public. I can see who submitted, but not how. Thing is, as well, is that I have submitted Silent Hill 1, but there are other people who submitted Silent Hill 1 and they're going in person and I'm not, so it's very likely that I'm gonna get fucking scammed out of it by the offline-online dynamic. It was quite a bad nowhere. Finished the run, at least.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I just didn't want to spend a tremendous amount of time writing the descriptions for the runs, because it's like... I don't know, level of effort matches my enthusiasm.
This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl!
Not bad. I've done worse runs. That's the end of run report on that one. Not bad. I've done worse runs in my life. But I've also done better.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Might also necessarily be a set amount. No, it's probably not a set amount, you know. I'm willing to bet they're flexible based on, like, how many truly stand out, like, remote submissions they get that they may make, you know, more or less room for it. But also, the fact that they took it in, like, the form of a block in the last event makes me feel like they have a certain amount of time allocated for a remote block. I think that's how they do it. I could probably just ask them. I know enough members of the committee that I feel like I could just ask and they might just tell me how that works. But I don't know, maybe not. You know, obviously it's they keep it on the down low because they don't like it. Yeah, it matters a lot to a lot of people, and you know, people get weird about it. Like me. I'm weird about it. But I'm weird about it on a completely different axis from most people. But I think...
What is this? What's going on here?
I have to imagine the way it works is they probably have a certain amount of time allocated to remote submissions if they're going to do it in the form of a block. So there could technically be a variable number of submissions for that block. I guess that's probably the way they find it easiest to implement. Like, that's probably why it is the way that it is. Rather than chopping and changing remote versus, like, in-person all throughout the day, they set aside a block of time for remote runs and then swap over to that.
Sure.
That's an intuitive way of setting it up if you're on, like, the tech end of things, so that does make sense in my head. I can see why you might do that.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
But there's no reason there has to be only one remote block, right? Maybe it's because I primarily submit horror games, so I don't know, I overlap with the horror block, and they don't want to, like, put one remote run in the middle of the horror block. That's probably... I don't know. That's too speculative. That makes a lot of assumptions. All I know is that, all in all, the odds of getting a run in a remote are on their face quite low. Like, just as a proportion of the total schedule. And they're always going to be lower than in person, that's for sure. Like, I wasn't expecting... When they said that they were going to be reducing the amount of remote submissions, remote runs in the final schedule, I didn't think it was going to be like 50-50, you know? Ah! My RNG is bad! That's really sad! Mason! Ooh! Yeah, I didn't think the ratio was going to be like 50-50, but I wasn't expecting it to be like 97-3. No, I did read... I did skip the cutscene. All very, return to office. Very return to office energy in every aspect of my life. At a point in my life where I'm spending the maximum amount of effort trying to avoid the office.
Where are you going?
What if there's a degree of paranoia RE remote runs after the MGS Rising
Wait,
cheater?
stop.
I don't imagine that matters, but that was really weird. That was a really strange thing to do, but I don't think it mattered. Do you even attempt to make a European-UK event similar? GDQ has never done a European event, no. Nor will they ever. It's an American event. All the staff is based in America. We must respect the attempt. I don't know what the hell he was trying to do. Like, what was the point? For those of you who missed this thing, one dude on remote submission during the online GDQs...
What's going on here?
Strafe. Yes! Got the thing. One guy, the guy who was running Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, right? Does the run, blah-de-blah, but at the end, he, like, reveals that he spliced the run like he just played back a video file and was pretending to play it the whole time. And then went off on something about, like, the integrity of events or whatever the fuck, and, you know, how easy it is to... I forget what he even was going on about after that, as, like, his stated... It was really confusing and it wasn't well articulated.
Radio. What's going on with that radio?
It's like, he cheated, but he did so in a way where it didn't matter, you know? Like, no one cares about Marathon Run. We don't put these on leaderboards.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Unless you get a hot PB or something, you know, like you don't no one cares. You could play a video file for your run at an event. I don't think anyone would notice. I could probably do that. I'm not going to, because like that's like harder than just doing the run. Just do the run. Like that's more complicated. I feel like a proportion of that is the severe brain rot that has like bled down into the speedrun community as a result of like bad content creators going on about like, you know, this cheating scandal in speedrunning is like, oh, it had such a dramatic effect, and in reality it barely happens, and when it does it's often quite boring. Like, sometimes it's interesting in the sense that, like, the methods used to detect cheating can be very spicy. Like, you get a very advanced knowledge of the game. One way I've caught someone trying to, like, pass off runs under the wrong difficulty header is that for some reason it's just not common knowledge that the color of the menu changes based on what difficulty you selected. So someone will, like, splice a results screen for hard mode, and it's like, throughout the entire run, your menu color is easy mode, dude. We can tell! It's colored! Hello? This is not, like, this doesn't require the deep knowledge. I don't gotta, like, check the waveform or anything. It's just look at the color of the menu, man. Is it? I got a comment in the YouTube. Wait, SH for menu codes depend on difficulty? Yeah. When it comes up again, have a look. It'll be green because I'm playing on easy. If you play on easy, it's green. If you play on normal, it's blue. If you play on hard, it's purple. So I don't know everything about Silent Hill 1, but I do know that. And I have seen attempts to pass off runs under the wrong category as a result of it. Because it's just for some reason it's just not a thing people overlook that one very easily. Yeah, I feel like that guy who, like, spliced a live run for no obvious reason, for no obvious point, was, like, having some severe brain rot, probably brought on by, like, the kind of, content that really emphasizes, you know, like, the integrity of the scene and how cheating is, like, it tears people apart, and it's like, it's really not that dramatic. Like, you know, cheating in speedrunning, bad. It's an abuse of a community's trust. Because for the most part, this shit runs on trust. Like, I have not audited every Silent Hill 1 run on the leaderboard to make sure, like, none of them are spliced. Like, honestly, I don't know. You know, I did check them. There's nothing obviously wrong with the ones that I verify, typically. But in a game like Silent Hill, where it's like fighting over seconds, the subtle differences are kind of hard to pass, you know? It's like, one run kind of looks the same as the other. It's just like, I don't know. Is it spliced? I'm just kind of taking you at your word here, man. This is actually the reason why... This is the reason why, if you run on an emulator, you have to use the script that shows the IGT, like, while you're running. So, like, it will show up on live, but obviously in console that doesn't have... You can't do that because there's no, like, functionality, there's no way to accomplish that. But if you play on emulator, there's a rule where you have to use the script that will show the IGT as a readout while you're doing the run. Because otherwise it would be very, very easy to just, like, game shark the time to an arbitrary value, and, like, how the fuck would I tell? But if you have a rolling, like, value that behaves in the expected way, then it can all be checked, you know, it adds up. If obviously if the number suddenly changes for no reason, then you have a problem. There is still a way to, like, fuck with that. But since the IGT will, like, pause when you're going through doors and on certain actions, and it will slow down in concordance with in-game slowdown, you'd have to be... It would be a very complicated... Like, there'd be a lot of holes to fill to create, like, a really 100% convincing fake. You know, not that I am checking for these holes on every single time I verify a run, because I do not have the time. It is very the full audit is you pull the full audit out of your bag when you suspect there's a problem, you know? You investigate deeper. But for most other use cases, right, you kind of just take people at their word. As long as the run, like, looks vaguely right. Obviously, if, I remember one run that got submitted to Silent Hill 3. The guy claimed a super fast world record time of, like... I can't remember what it was. I don't remember what time. The point is that the video was 4 times longer than the run's claimed end time. And I was like, no way. Like, on face value. What? So I investigate the run, and it's like 2 hours of this guy playing the game through, but inexplicably producing an end time of, like, 4 times lower, somehow. I'm just like, what? I don't know how you've done that, but none of that looks right. It was basically like a normal, maybe slightly fast-ish casual playthrough with an end time of, like, something sensationally low, and it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? There's obvious... I can't precisely point to, like, what is wrong with this, but something is definitely, obviously wrong with that. So that one got rejected. People used to run Silent Hill 3? Some people, yeah. Game seems kind of dead. It will shock you to hear this, right? It will fascinate you with a fact. Silent Hill speedruns in general are never tremendously active. It's true. At any given time... A Silent Hill game is considered busy if there are, like, 3 people doing it at once. So Silent Hill 3 might be in a bit of a... Thing is, the leaderboard's in a bit of a lull because of the, like, the broad sweeping timing changes happened, and then there was a surge of activity because people were updating their times and, like, trying out the new tech that the timing switch, like, made the run more amenable to, and then people kind of drifted off. think there is merit to the way we've changed the time method, but it has the problem of it being sort of difficult to get into. Like, it's no longer as intuitive as just look at the time you get at the end of the game. But also, Silent Hill 3 is fucked, so, like, what's the alternatives? All suck. Broken speedrun. Some people cheat by going out of bounds. That's... Why would you ever do that? Why would you go out of bounds? Stay in bounds. Why would humanity ever go out of bounds when we've spent so long trying to perfect in bounds? Is there a Japanese word for splicing? I don't know. Ah! I don't know what the JRTA community would call this in context. I've never seen the discourse. It's a good question, though. I'll let you know if I have an answer. It's not unique to speedrunning as a piece of terminology, no, but I don't know what they'd say. I don't know what word they'd use for that in general, you know? With my luck, it'll be something like splicer. Oh, what have you done? Why have you done that? Hi, Maxi, thanks for the raid. Hi everyone, I'm speedrunning Silent Hill 1 today. With some Resident Evil Survivor later on, because I gotta practice, I'm on the hotfix. Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. I am the Punch Man. I speedrun many horror games. I feel like I gotta do my intro, my spiel. Thanks for the good luck, Elixir. Good morning. It is, for once, it's actually morning. You know, I have the good morning emote, and I feel like it never really gets the workout it deserves, because I never stream, like, earlier than noon. The 42 Saros, thank you for the 15 months. Do a strafe. Yeah, lately I've been improving my time in Silent Hill 1, various categories. I've advanced to 3rd place console run in this category over the past few weeks or so. So I've improved a lot.
Good morning.
That's nice. If I save 4 seconds, I can get into 2nd. Ooh. Wouldn't that be nice? Good morning, hero. Good morning. Oh, no, it opened. Okay, I thought I bounced off. Just late. It's a little late.
My mother?
My axis is bad. He's like this when he should be like this. You understand? Oh, no, kinda. Funny off-axis strafing. Like I'm playing Tekken. Ooh, I hit the valve off-axis. I have to change my combo in order to get the wall carry. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Ooh, I got the wall carry, thus winning the boss fight. Goodbye. Radio achievements, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I don't know what this voice is supposed to be. He's just doing a voice. It's just one of my characters. This one doesn't have a name. I'm losing it. Was that a real voice reveal? Yeah, that's it. This is what I really sound like. The other voice is just when I'm putting it on for the streams. I'm not actually a posh boy from London. I'm really a kind of nasally man from what the fuck? Where the fuck am I going with this? Congrats on the sub 32. Thanks. Thank you very much. Put me a top 5 for category. Yes, in fact, it puts me like. On the console board, at least, 3rd. Yeah, it's funny, the real voice reveal thing, that made me giggle probably harder than I should have, because I have been accused, this voice, when I speak like this with my normal speaking voice, I swear, this is just how I talk. I am often accused of faking it. I have been accused multiple times of this not actually being how I sound. By all kinds of websites. Like, the YouTube comments do it pretty often, but it's actually not the first. They're not the first person who did it. I distinctly remember when I did my run on GDQ, posters on Something Awful of all websites being like, why is he putting on that voice? And it's like, this is just how English people sound, if they're from London. I mean, the area I'm from, at least. I don't know, whatever. Not everyone from London sounds like this. Obviously, London's kind of big. And England is a place where the accents change very frequently. But like multiple times I've been accused of this not actually being my real voice. It's like, how do you respond to that? It's like, yeah, this is just this. Have you ever heard an English person speak in something besides fucking Xenogears? Not Xenoblade, the other one. No one speaks in Xenogears. That game has no voice acting. Buster, I'm really feeling it. I don't know any Xenoblade beyond that. I haven't played any of them, and I don't really want to. You're also from London? My condolences. I am, yes. I am, in fact, from London. I don't currently live there because London is too expensive. But born and raised Londonite. Honestly, I have a very deep sense of melancholy about the fact I have essentially been priced out of my own hometown. Because I like London. It is the place I would most readily identify as my home, the place I am from. But I've spent most of my adult life not living in London, because it is too expensive to live in London as an adult, on your own, you know? The rent's it's crazy down there. If you want to buy a house, out of the question. You want to rent, you get £1,000 for a cupboard. So I think not. So I moved to the north, where it is cheaper. The north, despite the fact I've been living in the north, it's grim up north. So living in the north for quite a few years now, still distinctly, I don't feel like I'm ever gonna feel like this is like the me play. This is not where I'm from. This isn't my home. This is just where I live. Part of the problem is like the way it's the voice. It's the way I talk. Because no one around here fucking talks the way I do. So, like, immediately, like, people know instantly that I'm not from here. And they will point it out, which has a way of making you feel like you're not really anywhere. You know? So whenever I, like, end up talking to a new person, they will immediately pick the accent and be like, "You're not from here, are you?" And I'm like, "No. Obviously not." I had it happen with a door-to-door salesman once. They were, like, trying to give a pitch or whatever the fuck. Like, I didn't end up, you know, I don't buy shit off this. It's like an intrusion on my time. But they like, got distracted from their pitch, like, halfway through. Because I was like, "No, man," like, saying, and they were like, "You're not from here, are you?" I was like, "No, I'm from London." And then they got, like, derailed. Like, talking about London. Like, they seemed really... Because they were also from London. They found, like a kindred spirit all of a sudden. They got, like, completely distracted from their job. Because apparently they also did not like the fact that they do not live in London at present. That was kind of funny. They were nice. It's a shame they have a shitty job that involves, like, intruding on people's time and comfort in their houses. But, ultimately they seem like a pleasant enough sort. You know, I would say maybe that's just part of the act, you know, to get you to buy stuff. Sign up for the fucking broadband plan that they keep trying to hawk around here. But, they completely forgot about it. They completely forgot that they were trying to sell me something and eventually just sort of went on their way. Why are you moving the menu? You don't have to. The funny, you get accused of being not from here in both places because your accent is a mess. See, that doesn't happen to me, because I definitely sound like I'm from, like, the south. But where I currently live, I definitely get the, People can pick out very easily that I'm not northern. Like, the accent disparity is really stark. Because England is a place where the accent like, the local accent changes, like, every 12 minutes you spend driving or something. But it's a bit of a gradual process, you know? So if you're not, like... If you're from the vicinity, you don't sound, like, incredibly out of place. But I went from basically the bottom of the country to the very top of the country. I got basically about as far away from London as you can physically get. Without going to Scotland. So the disparity is very noticeable. Do your best impression of a northern accent? I really can't do it. It requires a deeper register than I have access to.
What's this?
I looked at the picture! Oh, lesser. A lesson. A lesser gaming. Oh, fuck me, that was bad. Oh, cringe. No, no, no. Cringe of the century. Get me out of here. Damn it, that was like an open line. I just fucked up the cornering. Why does the cutscene not skip when you press the button?
This sucks on ice.
No, it sucks on snow! I guess when you think about it, snow is a kind of ice. No, it's not. That doesn't make any sense.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going?
When you think about it, it's all
Hey, wait,
ice,
stop.
really. Cheryl, is that Cheryl? It is Cheryl. Where you go? Ah. Wait, stop! What if the survival horror protagonist had anxiety? Why does he sound like that? Because I have the PlayStation 2 set to use fast disk speed, which is an option you can set in the BIOS. It makes PS1 games load faster, but sometimes fucks up the audio. Sometimes. It doesn't do that with every single video game ever made, but Silent Hill 1 is one of the games where it does in fact do that.
What is this? What's going on here?
Strafe! Wow! That was such a pathetic display! The slash missed, and then the dude goes for the grab on a stationary Harry and just fucking eats concrete. He just completely missed. That was such a sad display. Like, I didn't even move.
Is that Cheryl?
It still missed. Jesus Christ.
Where are you going?
That's funny.
Hey, wait, stop.
You need the giggles sometimes. But also, my god. Just absolutely ate it. People in Bavaria think they have this blood feud with Berlin, so every time they hear a Berlin accent, they're like, my old enemy, while we have no idea what they want. Okay, the thing is that, as a British person, that experience is very similar, only it's the entire fucking world that does that to you. And, okay, I understand historically there might be, like, more than one reason for that, but on an individual level, it's really bizarre. Like, you know what I mean?
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
You know, let me be honest with you as well. I'm not actually sure where precisely Bavaria is. The only thing I know about Bavaria is that it's the setting of Pentiment. That's it. Pentiment number 1, doing the fucking all the job of getting the good word out on that one. Like, it took me a while to twig what was going on with that in Pentiment, because obviously, you know, I'm playing a game in English, written by Americans, so everyone speaks English, and I was like, I therefore made the baseline assumption out the gate that the game was set in England. But then it became very clear that it was not, and I was like, so where the hell is this? It's like Bavaria? And I was like, I honestly, seriously, like, no shit as well. You can see this in real time if you watch, if you go watch the Pentiment VODs. I honestly thought Bavaria was a place they made up for the game at first. I was like, oh, it takes place in sort of a, you know, like a fictional realm. Like a fictional country that they made up for the game, but it's like similar to like Europe. And I was like, no, Bavaria's a real place, dude. Chat was like, it's a real place, man. And I was like, well, it is... It's a different time, but real place at that time. I mean, it's the same place. Fuck. The circumstances of the placedness were different in the time period the game depicts. Not aligned with the modern map, which therefore confused my tiny English mind. You could describe it to a foreigner as German Texas. That does track. That, I'll be honest with you, that does track with Pentiment. But obviously I don't like no. Pentiment's a good game, by the way. I think they're porting it to the Switch and the PlayStation lately. So if you're not a PC gamer and haven't tried Pentiment, highly recommend that game when it comes out on those platforms. It's hard to describe it because I make it sound really boring. Because I would describe it as intelligent, thoughtful, and provides interesting questions that will leave you pondering for, you know, you'll leave you pondering off. You'll be thinking about it. You'll be thinking about the game. You'll be thinking about what it says about humanity's relationship to history. Which, unfortunately, has a way of making, like, less, people who aren't, like, as forwardly into, like, sort of, adventure games and go, boring, nerd shit, news. Like, but also you get to, like, there's a murder mystery in it. So, like, you know. I swear it's not just, like, going around and... I mean, it is mostly going around and talking to people. That's sort of how murder investigations are conducted. But I promise it's not abstract philosophy the whole time. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's abstract philosophy most of the time. It's actually pretty concrete. I give a really bad pitch for the game, but it's good. It's really good. It's out for a month on PS Switch already. It's already out? I thought it was coming out. Damn. It's just like Danganronpa. It's really not. But I think as far as immersive games go, Pentiment is like top shelf at that. It does a really good job of giving you an extremely textured and detailed view of its setting. You know, partly because it's based on, as it turns out, shock horror, real history, so there's a lot to draw from. But like its characters and place have a rich inner lives. And it has a way of delivering this without keeping it all in the form of like overly long codex entries. You mostly figure it out by seeing and talking to people. Why are you on the far left of the fucking room? Far right, the other one. Hey, Miss Wildcat. Anyway, I like it. Give it a try. That's the recommendation. Play Pentiment, I suppose. Why are you giving a sales pitch for this game, Punchy? I don't know. Just like it. I wonder how well it did. I think it did, like, modestly well. It wasn't exactly like a smash. It's not the kind of game that ever is like a smash hit, though. I mean, I guess it could be. Anything is possible. But it's like a dork game for dorks. But people love, like, freak games for freaks. Sometimes it just hits. Kind of smash hit? Well, I'm thinking that, like, it's hard to define what a smash hit is, I suppose. But when I think of a smash hit... Yeah, that grab. Put that one in the ground. Grim. But when I think of a smash hit, I think of like Balatro, where that game moved 1 million in like a month. That's a smash hit. Like, particularly for a single developer, like, behind Balatro, that guy is in some serious fucking money now. Like, no two ways about it, that guy's a that guy's a millionaire now.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going?
Because man moved 1 million copies, the game is about $15.
Hey, wait! Stop!
Do some simple math. Like, you know, Steam takes a cut, the platform holders take a cut as well when they're sold on console. He has a publisher, so presumably there's some kind of, like, revenue share thing going on there, la-di-da. But either way you slice it, the Balatro guy is in some serious fucking coin now. That guy made it, like, at least $1 million, probably way more. It's like, that's crazy, that's life-changing money for the guy. It's a bit, when you get used to, like, AAA games and their fucked up budgets and, like, crazy sales figures, it becomes, like, hard to picture that, like, 1 million sales is usually like, an incredibly big number. Like, if a game of even modest means moves that number of copies, that team is in serious business. Yeah, the Palworld guys made a fucking unreasonable amount of money off that game. Like, and Pocket Pair, the development team, quite small.
What is this?
So like, all of those guys were suddenly swimming in cash. Like, how many units did Palworld move? It was like, what, over 10 million or so? It was crazy. That's ridiculous. Like, all those guys, all of them, like, I mean, they have a company, so it's a structure, but at the very least, that company, that's millions in turnover, like, a ridiculous amount. That's a huge amount of coin. Because you'd be surprised how few games in indie of modest means actually needs to move in order to make a profit. It might seem like there's like tons of games nowadays, and there are tons of games. But for games with a reasonable scope and like a normal budget, you don't have to sell that much in order to like make a profit.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
But, you know, this isn't to say that games are, like, stable and a safe business venture, by the way, because they're not. Because there's the possibility that when your game just completely bombs, that's really terrifying. And then you make no money. And that really stings. But in the context of a game like Balatro, where a single developer made it, and he did it over about 2 years, so not an incredibly long development cycle for a single video game. That guy could have gotten away with probably selling, like, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it actually doesn't sound like Balatro cost anything to make in general. I don't think he does game development as a full-time job, or at least didn't. I think it was a thing he made, like, on the side, you know? Like, he was tweaking it here and there, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, he had to pay for the music. He got a guy to do the music. It's like, in terms of, like, the pure break-even, a game like Balatro probably broke even around, like, the first, I don't know, 100 few units sold. I don't imagine that game cost a lot to make, you know, in terms of, like, absolute budget. I assume it wasn't his job. Maybe it was. If it was, that changes the situation. Still, probably would have only had to move a few thousand in that case. But instead, he turned over 1 million and counting. That changes your life. I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm not really going anywhere with this, I'm just like thinking out loud, but that shit changes your life. That guy's life has changed. He is playing a different ballgame now. Because realistically, I think he made enough money that he could probably just retire off that. You know, if you lead like a relative, if you lead a life of relatively modest means, anyway. Well, you make $1 million. That's more money than I'm ever gonna spend in my life. Are you kidding? 1 million is such a big number.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Undertale with Toby Fox. Toby Fox's life was also definitely changed by the massive success of Undertale. Definitely. I mean, I think he moved. Did he move to Japan? He seems to spend a lot of time there. Maybe I don't know. He's very private about his life, which is desirable and respectable. Mobile ports of Balatro planned. It would be silly to not, I think, on it. Like, if a mobile port of Balatro makes a lot of sense, and if priced, like, relatively... Because for some reason, mobile games are weird. You can't just, like... Even if it's, like, literally the same game, you can't charge the same amount of money for it. People won't do it. People won't go for that. I don't know, like $3, $4, something like that. I assume they don't want to do like the fucking freemium model for Balatro. But even then, that would make probably I would probably buy it if it's like $4, $5, something like that, the mobile game price point. I would probably rebuy the thing on mobile, and I don't even play mobile games. It's just the kind of game that, like, yeah, you know, I'd love to have that on the phone. And I'm like bored waiting at the dentist's office. It's like prime Balatro hours. Is a stream robot-y for anyone else? Can you refresh the tab and tell me if it's still fucked? Is it robot-y? Am I robot? I don't think I'm robot on the Twitch end of things, at least. I feel like if I was, someone would have told me by now. This might be a YouTube thing. Refresh word is just a YT live thing. Oh, okay. Near bother. Near bother, mate. Oh, that's my impression of a northern accent. There you go. Near bother, pal. What are you fucking doing, mate? One of the games I recently played trying to figure out how I follow me, did I play Parasite Eve? I did play Parasite Eve at, like, a while ago? I wouldn't say tremendously recently. Yeah, I have streamed... I streamed both Parasite Eve 1 and 2. Parasite Eve 1 more than once. It's a good video game. P2 is a good video game with good music. Don't listen to Punchy saying the music is boring. Parasite Eve 2's music is totally boring. I don't know what to tell you, man. My kingdom for Yoko Shimomura back. Like, what did they do? Why did they do that? It's got, like, one good song, and it's used in the fucking attract sequence. Like, why is the default battle theme in Parasite Eve 2 like... fucking dishwasher music? But why is that the energy they want? I don't understand, is the thing. What I don't understand is why I didn't get my quick turn. I don't understand why that's the energy they went with for Parasite Eve 2. Like, Parasite Eve 2 is more of an action game than Parasite Eve 1, even. Like, explicitly so. But they went for, like, a more subdued, atmospheric kind of sound, and I just don't get why. That, like, the basic... I feel like the basic theme should have had way more energy than that. Whereas, like, Parasite Eve 1's battle theme is, like, it's high energy, but it's not high volume. It's a cool, classy kind of piece. Same with the exploration themes. door. This is not going well. Like, I am not someone who thinks, like, incredibly highly of Parasite. I'm gonna piss off everyone. I'm gonna piss off both sides of this. I'm not someone who thinks incredibly highly of Parasite Eve 1's soundtrack. I don't think it's, like, Shimomura's best work. Like, the battle theme is, like, good enough. It's a little generic, but it's got energy. It'll do. That's fine. Boo. Look, before Parasite Eve, Shimomura was writing, like, shit like Megalomania for Live Alive. And, like, I don't know, man. No! ここで使うことはできない! Shit! She did Street Fighter 2, right? Yes! Yeah, compared to Parasite Eve 1, 2's music is way more ambient, which is not an invalid decision on its face, but I don't think it suits the game. Which is like constant fucking fighting! And also, like, the song you hear for the vast majority of a playthrough of Parasite Eve 2 is... Like, you get the droning guitar plucking of Drywood. Is it Drywood? Dryfield. I think it's Dryfield. The shitty, broken down desert town that sucks. You're hearing that shit for, like, 2/3 of the game. It's droning, it's repetitive, and it's not exciting at all. So speaking of Live Alive, the Live Alive remake, that OST is one of the best, just in RPGs in general. I wish they'd put it on a platform where anyone could fucking hear it. I don't know what it is that they're doing with the soundtrack of Live Alive Remake, but they still haven't put it up in any form. And they're still in the process of, like, actively taking down uploads of it as well. Like, they're really strict about that. Only Live Alive does Square Enix do this. Like, you can post the soundtrack of any other game for whatever fucking reason. They don't give much of a fuck about that. Or they've posted it themselves. Like, I'm always on Silent Hill brain. But the Final Fantasy VII Remake OST is, like, on YouTube in its entirety. Rebirth, not yet, but I assume they'll get around to it at some point. But the remake one, for whatever reason, you either have to buy the soundtrack from Apple Music or purchase a CD, which, like, it would be ideologically consistent if they, like, did that for all their games. You can generally buy a soundtrack CD for all their games, true, they do sell those. But for some reason they've decided to be, like, weird about the enforcement for only Live Alive. But I get that they want people to buy the discs, right?
I disagree.
Button C.
Button. Press. Button. Kleptics, thank you for the 36 months. Rights issue? If it was a rights issue, why would they be proactive about it? Because the thing is that it's like just Shimomura, right? Like it's just Yoko Shimomura's work. She worked at Square when she wrote the sound. Like I'm pretty sure they just like Square Enix just owns the music. Because it was written by Shimomura and she just worked there when she did it. So it was just owned by them. Bad run reset. Yeah, I'm like pretty sure they own the music. I don't think there was any guest composer. It was just Shimomura. She talks about it all the time in interviews. How she didn't know what the fuck they're doing. Well, she didn't know what the fuck she was doing when she wrote that soundtrack, which is like incredible to hear.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
She's like about like the iconic. There's an interview with her and Toby Fox because the song that she wrote, Megalomania, is the reason that the song that Toby wrote, Megalovania, has that name. It derives from Live Alive. That's why it's called that. That's like the famous connection that it has. It's not a remix. The two songs are completely different, but that's the reason it's called that. So there's like an interview that Toby Fox and Shimomura both did. You can read it on like the Square Enix website or whatever. And it's a really funny interview. Because it seems like either Shimomura is a really goofy person in general, or Toby Fox just has like goofy aura that makes everyone around him act silly. Because they're both being like the strangest people, like they're in like a contest to see who can say the strangest things.
This.
But you know, like Toby Fox, like asked, you know, like, so how did you write this song? You know, the song that I liked enough to name a different song in the same vein as it. And Shimomura, that had good RNG, but the death was so slow. And Shimomura is just like, I just wrote it as I went. Like I don't know, I didn't really know what I was doing with this one. That's why it just sort of continuously swells. Is I didn't bother to write like a starting. It has no lead in. Megalomania just like starts and immediately is at like the hook. It just starts there. Songs have a structure, you see. Normally there's an intro. Megalomania does not. It just starts.
Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Apparently the reason for its lack of intro isn't like a purposeful decision to like just jump right into the action. It's because she just kind of didn't write one. Whatever. I don't need an intro. Composers are funny. I kind of see the inspiration too, because Megalovania is like that. Oh, just fucking smacked the mic with my head. Megalovania definitely has an intro. Like, it definitely has a start. Like, it's the very memed part, you know, the part of the song that you can recognize in like 5 notes. Like that, you know? That was more than 5 notes, but you get my point.
What's going on here?
That is the lead-in. Megalomania as a song does not have a lead-in. It just, like, starts immediately. Why do you die so slowly, Nathan? Talking about Shima reminds me of the Mario and Luigi games you won't ever get a sequel for. Oh yeah, because, like, Alpha Dream went bankrupt, didn't they? I find that extraordinary. Like, how did that happen? Like, how did the company that makes the Mario RPGs go bankrupt? What the fuck?
Huh, radio.
How does that happen? How do you let the Mario RPG guys go belly up? What? That's crazy. Like, how do you fail to turn Mario into money? What? Five shot, that's grim.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Miyamoto doesn't get RPGs. That's like I don't know if I believe that. Didn't Miyamoto work on Earthbound, or am I thinking of Iwata? I'll be completely honest with you, I have a hard time keeping track of this. Yeah, probably. Is Miyamoto even a... Miyamoto's not a programmer. Iwata is. That's like the famous anecdote about him, is that Iwata would, in fact, like, program for the shit while he was... like, doing the higher-up things, but he was also a programmer, so he would, in fact, get involved on that level. Which is respectable. Multidisciplinary behavior. Hey, Aurelio. Yeah, Earthbound's development in general is this really weird, like, hodgepodge. Of, like, staff from a variety of different disciplines and studios. Because it's, like, a little Nintendo, it's a little HAL Laboratory, which I know is, like, I think now they're just a Nintendo subsidiary, maybe, question mark? I forget what's going on with that one. But then you also had Shigesato Itoi thrown into the mix, who was, in fact, just a popular writer, completely irrespective of anything to do with video games. You finished playing Alone in the Dark yesterday? Did you like it? I thought it was pretty good. I'm probably going to learn it to run at some point. The leaderboard goes live later today. Makes sense for what Earthbound is. That's true. It does have a, like, you can definitely feel the constituent elements, influences, and people who worked on it pulling it in a few different directions. It's quite good. I am an Earthbound / Mother series enjoyer. I am one of those people. I find that despite everything, it has quite strong authorial voice. Probably because it had a strong author. Which, in my humble and slightly backhanded opinion, causes it to stand out from a lot of, the lineup of what could be classified as Nintendo games. And I think describing Earthbound as, like, a Nintendo game, people think of it as one. Even though it is technically, like, sort of a mixture of people. It was published by them, at least. Because Nintendo games as a whole shy away from an authorial voice. Hi, just PSN trophies. Hi, Livlin. Nintendo games derogatory. Not derogatory, but like most Nintendo games don't have... It's hard to explain what I mean by this, but there are definitely games where you can feel like one individual's creative vision behind it, right? You can feel the individuality of its creator and how it presents it, like in how the worldview manifests. Which is a quality I find a lot of Nintendo games just do not have, because they're very, like... I don't know. Polished affairs? Nintendo kill more fan projects? No, I'm just talking about Earthbound. And why I like it. Her Mother almost sort of a Peanuts meets Doraemon spoof. I'm pretty sure it's got jokes about both in it. But the principal thing that Mother is actually a riff-off is Dragon Quest. Like, down to the specific way it presents its battles. It's probably, like, also the reason... Open the door, Mason! It's probably also the reason that, like, critical hits in the Mother games are, like, smash! You know, with, like, fancy text, because Dragon Quest has its own idiosyncratic way of representing crits. Where it goes, Ichigeki Kaishin! Which is, like, not... It's not a normal way... It became a normal way of saying it because of Dragon Quest. But it was not standard terminology before. I wonder if that's why in Omori, when you get emotional advantage over an enemy and have a, like, get a hit, it says you delivered a moving blow. Because that's kind of what Ichigeki Kaishin means. Like, literally. Get the fucking door, dickhead! Movement is problems today, damn. Okay, it hit right in the heart. That's probably just quirky, I don't know. Yeah, I was playing the new Yakuza game with the text set to Japanese at one point, and the way it says, like, critical rate in Japanese in that game is kaishinitsu, which doesn't make any fucking sense if you don't know what that means in this context. Like, it's jargon. It would be a strange word to use otherwise, were it not established in that. I mean, I'm just describing language. Language be changing. Crazy. Do I think anything will be done with Mother 3? No. Like, it's been decades. It's time to move on. They're definitely not gonna localize it. I honestly think it's genuinely absurd that some people are still holding a candle for that. Like, the fan translation is about as good as you're gonna get. It's a perfectly fine translation. You don't really need it to be released officially. You know, it would be nice if they did, but I'm not holding my breath. It's funny how the West loves to treat everything adjacent to Dragon Quest, but, like, not Dragon Quest for reasons I cannot divine. It's to some extent, I actually think it's kind of the inverse, but, like, it's first mover advantage. Without wishing to be kind of dismissive about it, I have played some of the old Dragon Quests, and I really feel like they're you-had-to-be-there kind of experiences. I have played Dragon Quest Run, and Dragon Quest 2, and I do not get it. I don't get it. I mean, there is something kind of interesting about Dragon Quest 1 and how it lays the entire, like, matrix of the JRPG very bare. Very bare, because it's otherwise quite, like, as an actual, like, combat system, Dragon Quest 1 is super bare bones. Like, it barely has a combat system. You can either attack, or you can cast Behoini. Those are your options. Pick one. Ooh, I mean, you could, you know, if you're a gambling man, you can cast, what the fuck is it, Megirama or something? That you can do that if you want, if you really must. And no, I don't know what the spells are called in English. Yeah, I feel like it. I feel like you had to be there with, like, the older ones, especially 3 in particular. 3 is like a foundational game for the JRPG, but I think if you showed it raw to, like, the average Western gamer, they wouldn't really find it very interesting. But again, it's a timing thing. That I think, because by the time Dragon Quest 1 made it to, like, the States, right, Final Fantasy had already come out. But in Japan, Dragon Quest preceded Final Fantasy by a good few years. And by that, in that time, they'd managed to get, like, quite a few of them out. Like, I think they'd gotten as far as Dragon Quest, was it 3 or 4 by the time Final Fantasy, any of them had made it out? Whereas the West didn't get any of them until, like, Final Fantasy had already come out and kind of set the template. For what, like, the... Because when a Western gamer thinks of JRPG, they probably think of Final Fantasy. You know, and I won't go as far as to say, you know, Final Fantasy is better. I mean, I do think that. Like, I do believe that. I've played many a Final Fantasy, and I quite liked them.
You use selective words! What are you planning?
What am I planning? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Final Fantasy, good, but, like, the thing is that it's a much more, like, technologically advanced game. So going back and playing, like, the old Dragon Quests, like, they would not have seemed like much to a Western audience at the time. Like, you want to know how raw Dragon Quest 1 is? Like, the very first... Dragon Quest 1 for the Famicom is such a raw fucking game that they don't even have different sprites for different walking directions. Just none. You face the screen directly, and if you move up, the sprite just moves up. It doesn't turn. You get one. Nice. You get one. One. If you walk over stairs, you don't go down the stairs. You have to open the menu and select stairs from the menu. That is how raw the first Dragon Quest is. Yeah, when you go to talk to someone in Dragon Quest, because the game has no sense of facing direction, when you open the talk menu, it will open up a secondary menu that it lets you pick which direction you wish to talk in, so that you can pick the direction the NPC is from you. That is how raw the first Dragon Quest is. In order to interact with something, you need to stand next to it and pick the direction in order to successfully interact with the person. You must talk left in order to talk to someone to the left of you. You need to talk west. At least the menu's arranged like a compass. So it's like, it's not a list at least. God, could you imagine if it was a list? So yeah, comparing a game like that to something like even the first Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest I will seem so primitive. Like, to a comical extent. This was, like, improved in subsequent entries. I think by Dragon Quest II they had this whole facing thing figured out. But then Dragon Quest II has its own problems, especially if you could try and go back to it raw. Dragon Quest II, for instance, is incredibly fucking hard. Like, absurdly difficult. Dragon Quest I is quite time-consuming, but I wouldn't say it's very hard. Well, it's short, but it's also, like, it feels like it takes ages to get anywhere sometimes. But it's pretty short, overall. It's like, it took me, like, 8 hours to finish. Dragon Quest II, meanwhile, is crazy fucking hard. Like, everything kills you. Just, you die, everything hits, like, a fucking freight train, and characters are so... You get the party member, you find the prince, and you're like, oh, I was looking for you. So what do you mean? You've been sitting jackass. But then he joins the party, and he's fucking frail as shit, too. It's like, he's got nothing. He's so frail. That boy does not lift. Oh, this movement is horrendous. Now, the animations were in 1. Only in the English release. The original JP release did not have shit. By the time the game had come out in America, they, like, found the time to implement, like, directions. And he falls down the stairs! My goodness. Very sad. I have not played DQ11, no. Or 8. That you didn't... Yeah, no. Dragon Quest... What we're saying here as well is that Dragon Quest is a lot more fondly remembered in Japan because it had, like, first... That makes it sound sort of offensive. Like, I think there's some merit to these old games, but the reason that these games didn't make a splash when they came out in America the same way they did in Japan is that America got them, like, 3 to 4 years later. And by that time, you know, the game had changed so significantly, and, like, Final Fantasy had come out in the region already, that the old Dragon Quest seemed quite basic by comparison. Because their games are moved, like, a few years out of the expected timing. But they did find the time to make a few improvements to the international releases while they were at it. Dragon Quest II still came out hard as fuck, though. The Highlight is a similar case. Like, you probably... If you've heard of Highlight, you probably know it as, like, a game people have talked about in YouTube videos as being, like, weirdly shitty. It's like, look at this shitty, like, basic bitch-ass action RPG. You bump into slimes to kill them. Trash game that smells bad. But Highlight is actually pretty well, like, fondly remembered, at least among Japanese game designers, as a foundational text for the action RPG, because Highlight is old as tits. By the time it finally came out in America, that game came out, like, way too late for it to not seem, like, incredibly dated. Because it came out for, like, what, the NES, but in its original format, it was, like, an old, like, Japanese PC game. And even then, its NES release came out, like, incredibly late compared to its JP one. The timing was just all wrong. So it's got a reputation as a terrible game in the West that it just doesn't in Japan, because Japan actually has, like, it has the intended timing. It's mad old. Very old. It's like, in those days, games were much more primitive. They evolved really fast. Over, like, the span of the 80s and the 90s, video games evolved real quickly. A difference of 3 years made a huge difference to, like, the sophistication on display. Now it takes 3 years to get a single game released at all. Crazy. Well, so yeah, whatever it is they're doing with the next Dragon Quest anyway, I don't think we've seen any footage of it. We know it exists, because what are they going to do, not make one? But yeah, I guess the next time they release a Dragon Quest, it'll be the first one that doesn't have a Toriyama on the artwork. I'm so sad. I missed the button. Jesus. That's not close enough, bruh! So after wrapping your head around the increase in development time, games are more complicated to make now. There's like, it's hard to unpack the why of that. Like, it's easy to point at overinflated budgets and the pursuit of realism in games. And go like, this is the reason why, and, pull back on that. But it's like, it's more complicated than that. See, experienced indies who are good at pre-planning can still keep it pretty trim and put out a quality release in a couple of years, maybe even one sometimes. They tuned down the encounter rate for the 3DS port of Dragon Quest VIII. Dragon Quest VIII doesn't even use random encounters. Well, the 3DS version of Dragon Quest VIII changed from random encounters to, that system we have to run into enemies to trigger the encounter. What do Americans call that? We don't have I don't think we have a word for this. Because in Japanese, that's called the symbol encounter. Symbol encounter system, but like if I say symbol encounter, no one's gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. Well, apparently everyone said overworld encounters, so I guess that's what we say in English. File that one away in my brain for later. Because, yeah, the JP parlance for that is symbol encounter. And I don't know. The terminology feels like it's more established. There's quite a few terms for things about video games that exist in Japanese that I don't think we have a good equivalent for in English. Like a kind of game that is the way one describes a game, there's something called a kyarage in Japanese. Character game. Game where the characters are the main focus. Which is not really a genre, but as a descriptor, it's very helpful.
What's this?
But I don't think we have a word for that in English, weird. Like, there's nothing I can say that will explain that as precisely, or like as quickly. it's kind of used like something of a... It depends on the context. Like, being a character game isn't necessarily a bad thing in this context, but it is often used in sort of a backhanded way to describe game with sort of shallow mechanics. But you get stabbed! Game with kind of shallow mechanics. But it's about, like... It's more focused on, you know, the presentation, the artwork. A lot of arena fighters fall into this category.
Was I dreaming?
Well, this run's grim. 24. I need to pee. I'll be right back. Oh. Wardrobe change. Welcome back.
I disagree.
Blessing of 70 quintillion, but have a good time on Hotfix.
The fact it compressed that number to quintillion. Solid stuff. B-Man, thanks for the 28 months.
Where are you going?
I wasn't sure what it was going to do with that number, but the fact it, like, got it...
Stop!
Damn! Shin Megami Tensei 5 being re-released and like being on PC and PlayStation now, so you can actually play it at like a real frame rate, is great, but I get the feeling I'm not going to get around to it. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is a long game. Where am I supposed to find like the spare 70 hours to play through it twice? Bruh. Stop counting after a billion, which is different in Spanish than in English. See, okay, I changed my YouTube to be Japanese language so that I could intuitively understand
What's going on here?
Japanese number units, because like Chinese, they count up in like, we have like, in English we have like 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, blah blah blah, billion, it goes up in like powers of 3. Japanese goes up in powers of 4. It's different. Which means I kept seeing like 20,000. I skipped too early. Written in Japanese, and I would not know how to read it because I don't have like the intuitive sense for what a mon is in terms of a number. So I thought, okay, I'll put my YouTube in Japanese, so that way I can learn, have a more intuitive sense of like how to quickly work out what that number actually is, and that's worked great. But now I have the inverse problem because I saw a screenshot of someone's YouTube in English where it shows their view count in terms of like K, because we use that for like the shortening of 1,000. And I briefly was like, what the hell does a K stand for again?
Cheryl?
I
Cheryl?
struggled to work out what number I was looking at because of it. I was like, well, now I have created the same problem in a different direction.
Hey, wait, stop!
How much is 7.3k again? Is that like 70,000? It's like, no, that's Mom. It's like, that's Mom. K is, it's one less than that. It's fewer. It's fewer zeros. I only have space in my head for one counting system.
You're better than me!
Wow! I like my sound effect redeems.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Numbers are hard. I never want to see a number ever again.
What is this? What's going on here?
Instead of numbers, we should represent all quantities with euphemism. I don't want to see a number. Ah! Numbers! They're down there! Way too weird. I also didn't equip the gun. Huh? Oh, okay, it did work. I guess I'll do it now.
What's that? Huh.
Every time someone says, yeah, that makes sense, now you hear it in this voice clip. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
That's real speedrunning hours. Say nothing for like a minute and then like make a minor mistake and make a noise like someone trod on your foot.
You use selective words! What are you planning?
You'll never know. I've been thinking about this again, probably because I just got done writing one. But I feel like we as a culture, at least on the YouTube, need a word for the kind of video that is so popular that is essentially just a condensed Let's Play. Like, I would love to call them a condensed Let's Play, but no one uses that terminology. It's the kind of video where someone makes like a fucking hour-long video where they just recap the plot of a game, maybe interspersed with like personal thoughts about the mechanics, blah blah blah. People call them like essays, some people call them reviews, some people call them retrospectives, but they're Let's Plays. They're just long-form Let's Plays in a single video rather than spread out over 18 episodes.
My mother?
Because that's basically what the Seven Mansions video I made was. That was like a compressed Let's Play. It's in linear order. Like, it goes through the game. It's like a Reader's Digest version of a video game. Hey, I'll get crafting in. Oh, walkthroughs? Not quite. A walkthrough, like, goes into detail about the particular thing. So long plays? No, that's the opposite of what a long play is. Long play is you play the whole game. These videos I'm talking about where, like, you compress a game into, like, a 40-minute YouTube video or something, that's not a long play. It's in fact a short play. It's the opposite of what a long play is. That's not right. Detailed summary? I guess that's, like, accurate as a description, but that's not very catchy. It's like, the kinds of videos I make. Not all of them, but like the Seven Mansions video is that kind of video where I compressed like a approximately 6-hour game or so across multiple different playthroughs into like a 40-minute video. Again, people just call them essays, but I don't view them as essays because they don't really have like a thesis. I'm not building to any grand point or, like, reason of intrigue for why I'm, like, making a video about yonder video game. I just think it's interesting and I want to share a playthrough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, I don't think it's an invalid form of content, it just doesn't have its own name. Because, like, a video essay is a different thing. A retrospective... The thing about a retrospective is that a retrospective requires the time to pass, right? Like... I am not viewing these things in retrospect, I'm looking at them now. So I played one of these things like the other day, that's not retrospective. It has no like timeliness to it. Like, I get retrospective is like the least inaccurate, I suppose. Thought dump? Thought dump is accurate, that's like correct. Nothing wrong with that. This is not just here's why you should care about this game. Really, it's just like, let me tell you about something I find vaguely interesting. Yeah, trying to think how I'd label my Loop 8 video. The Loop 8 video is more of a review. I don't really think of it as one. It's not how... It's kind of all sorts, but I was actually building to like a coherent point with that one, but it does also like summarize the game in roughly linear order. But the Loop 8 video was more mechanically focused. Like, video essay is... I would describe the Shadow Hearts video I did as, like, a review. Like, that was a review. I was explaining the bits of the game I liked and the bits of the game I didn't like. I didn't really summarize the plot because I didn't want to. It wasn't a linearly structured, like, Let's Play of a video. It wasn't comprehensive in how it did that. That was a review. That was a review of the game. I reviewed it. Whereas the thing I just wrote, and is 17 fucking pages long, oh my god, why do I keep writing longer scripts? That's a compressed Let's Play. Like, it covers the game in linear order, interspersed with my current thoughts about the mechanics of the game at that moment. Like, it still goes into the experience of how gameplay, but it is also, like, covering the game, like, play by play, beat by beat. Same way I did it for Seven Mansions, but the video is somehow longer. Why do I keep doing that? Stop donging. You dinged when you should have donged. Say videos that immediately think of folks like Summoning Salt or Dr. Swan or Rix's Jack series. Those are video essays. Like, they have a thesis, they have a point, they're building to something. Some of the videos I've made have a thesis, have a point. Whereas, like, my compressed Let's Plays don't. Like, I don't know, I guess I just feel weird about calling them essays when they're not really structured like essays. They're more like book reports. They're book reports for video games. They're Let's Plays. They're just it's like a structured edited Let's Play. But no one calls them that. It's a fucking Rorschach test for, like, what people call these. 'Cause my videos get called all sorts of things. In the comments. Reviews by some, essays by others, shit by many. And I don't tend to make videos of, like, any one particular style repeatedly, so I bounce around a lot. Like, some of them are in fact essays, some of them are reviews, some of them are whatever the fuck this compressed Let's Play thing is, but they're all kind of presented similarly. So I sort of understand why people just tend to call all of these video essays. But they're of a few different types. Like, the one I did about Metal Gear Solid and game preservation, that's an essay. Like, that's, like, actually an essay. You know, it was constructed with humor, because I can use the format. But that was, like, explicitly written to convey an idea. You get the 12-hour retrospectives. Those really are just, like... Those are Let's Plays. Compressed, short-form Let's Plays. It doesn't really bother me or anything. People clearly like them. People like that format, and I like making them, so I have no problems. I finally got to parlay my like of making Let's Plays into a YouTube career eventually once I figured out what the format actually... People don't get big on YouTube doing Let's Play anymore. Like, you can't blow up doing Let's Play, but you can if you do Let's Play, but in a different way. There is still a way. It just involves doing something that no one actually calls Let's Play. I've cracked the code. To refine the Let's Play like sugarcane. Back in the good days, right? People would watch a 30-episode Let's Play, and they would enjoy it. They would enjoy all of it. Nowadays, people want their Let's Plays compressed into fucking 50-minute YouTube videos like weirdos. They don't even have the time to sit through a full Let's Play anymore. Our society is crumbling. There's something stuck to the can. What the fuck is this? A rice grain? This motherfucker got rice. Can't condense Yakuza 0 into an hour? You probably could. I feel like people must have done it. I guess it's fuzzy, right? Because there's a point where, like, if you're doing, like, a fucking point-by-point, like, recap of a game and, like, giving your thoughts every step of the way, is that, like, a condensed Let's Play? Or is it just a review that, like, is very, very detailed? Later, Varcat. Thanks for dropping in. Good strafe, damn. Tend to rewatching H-Bomber Guy's pathologic video instead of looking for new Let's Plays these days. See, that is, like, definitely like a compressed Let's Play, kind of. It covers the game in linear order. It's an intuitive way to cover a game, after all. It's kind of all sorts of... There's review, there's context for its release, there's comedy. It's probably why it's 2 hours long, because it tries to have everything. And it does. I mean, for what it's worth, I also like that video. It's a good video. I'm just trying to think of, like, how to pin down the form of this, like, new media that I'm technically participating in.
I disagree.
Random thought. I enjoy your GDQ review of other people's GDQ game submissions.
That doesn't feel very random to me. Feels like you're trying to bait a stream out of me, Disguistic. Thanks for the 90 months of Prime Gaming. It's like, ooh, GDQ submissions have just closed. Wouldn't it be interesting if you did a review of the submissions? Ooh! I've thought about it. Maybe I will. Because, yeah, GDQ submissions just closed, so I could go take a nose through the list. Typically, I reserve those for a day where I don't feel like actually doing anything. So, I don't want to play a video game today. Let's just read lists of other people playing video games and look at their submissions and see what's cool. And see what's really not cool as well. Content. There's some GDQ subs this year. If you mean submissions, yeah. I threw in my usual, let's say my usual, but I threw in a set of 5. I always throw in 5 games, because I know, like, enough speedruns that throwing in 5 is usually not that difficult to pull off. But I discussed it, like, earlier in the stream, but I don't really have, like, the highest hopes, because I'm submitting to play remotely, and they take so few remote submissions that the odds are just crap. They're crap. They're so bad. How many online slots are there? We don't know. It's probably not even the case that they distribute an exact number of online slots. That's probably not how it works. Something just got pushed through my letterbox. I wonder if it's the DDR pad. I wonder if they fit the whole thing through my fucking letterbox. Package, probably just spam mail. I didn't order anything recently. I mean, I did, but it's already arrived. It occurred to me that I probably needed a crowbar, because the DDR pad is going to ship to me in a fucking crate, right? Like a wooden crate. And I'm like, you need, like, something to open that with, right? So I was like, I should buy a crowbar. So I had a crowbar shipped to me through the mail. I don't know why I find that so exciting, but for some reason it's like, you can just have a crowbar shipped to you. That's crazy, man. Punchy, why don't you just go to the hardware store? I don't know where a hardware store is around here. You fucking, what? Dude, that was the saddest movement in the world. Fuck. This room sucks dick. I found it funny that when I had the crowbar shipped to me, it wasn't even boxed. It was just a crowbar in like a... crowbar in, like, not even really a box, but, like, one of those, like, slightly bigger parcel boxes. And I was like, this is just a crowbar in here. For some reason I found that funny. I don't know, it's the little things in life. Like, why is this motherfucker getting a crowbar shipped to his house? 'Cause I don't know, the supermarket doesn't sell crowbars. Actually, just a crowbar with a ribbon on it. That's what it felt like. Now you need a bolt cutter and you'll be prepared. Do I need a bolt cutter? To open a wooden crate? I mean, if I had a bolt cutter is like the classic survival horror item though, you know? Have the full survival horror tools in my household. I don't have a bolt cutter or a valve handle, but I feel like I've got a lot of the other elements. Hey, frame into focus. That was a very wide turn. Too wide, people are saying. Fuses, lots of fuses. I actually do have a large amount of fuses in the house. So I'm covered in that regard. I bought, like, a little box. I bought, like, a little box that has, like, a few fuses of different sizes because I was very frequently opening up, like, small electronics that had different fuse sizes. So I bought, like, a little box that has a bunch of fuses in a bunch of different sizes, so now I have far more fuses than need be. No! The nurse block, it's so uncommon! It's a tragedy, really. Do I have random, roughly disc-shaped things in sets of 4 that can be used as keys? No, but I do have a key with no known purpose. Like, I just have a key, and I'm not really sure what it corresponds to. Doesn't open any door in the house. Because the only doors that lock are the front door and the back door. Do I own tongs to grab keys with? I do. I do have a pair of kitchen tongs. It might have been for the back gate, actually, thinking about it, but I don't have a back gate anymore. Because it broke. The back gate has been replaced by a different back gate, which does not have a lock that you lock with a key. It locks from one side. That's much too far forward. That's not going to work. Just about the worst hospital in the world. So a bolt. Yes. It means it can only be opened from one side, and then you can use it as a shortcut. Which is another classic survival horror game kind of moment. So it's all checked out around here, around the Punchy residence. The essential survival horror items are in order. What about a creepy doll? I have several. I hope you can see what I was pointing at on camera. There's plushies on the back shelf.
What's this?
Anything can be creepy given the right context.
Yeah! Alright! Plus 14! That's really cool! That's very cool! I've reset the run for some mysterious reason.
Alright, fuck Silent Hill 1. It will not be working out between me and Silent Hill 1 today.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't!
You're better than me!
Time for Gun Survivor. I gotta do this. He's gotta do it, man.
A dud!
Face, hair, help. It will not be working out between me and Silent Hill 1 today.
This sucks on ice!
I cannot get this.
My mother?
It's time for Ark Thompson.
Cool.
My mother?
Your mum.
It's a world record!
No, it's not. There we go. Absolute battery of sound effects. They're going crazy in my chat room. Why are they doing this? Why are you all so crazy today?
Good morning.
It's not morning anymore. What are you talking about? Good morning, I'm Charles.
Colonel!
You will give me an egg.
Must I?
Cool.
Alright, you guys are having too much fun. I must find some way to stop you. I know, we can do a survive. I didn't even change. I was about to just start the run without changing the splits. These are not the right splits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Stop.
No.
It. Nothing. Nothing has ever made sense around here.
Biohazard. Gun survivor.
Hey, Portable Head, you played Kingsfield for the PS1 yesterday, you got confused and ran past enemies for 2 hours and gave up? Well, the critical issue is that you're supposed to stab the enemies with the sword, the sharp bit, preferably. So maybe keep that in mind the next time you give it a shot. How does taking spray tea to work panned out? I haven't used it yet because I haven't felt the need to make a cup of tea. Is that how you're supposed to play? You kept dying. Well, you take a swing and then you run away, and then you take a swing and then you run away. Hit and away.
But I just can't remember.
There's also like some magic and shit
Though
you
I
can
can't
use.
remember anything. I know that this was no way for anyone to die.
Find some cool new gear. What button does the quick turn in this game? It's L1. I still have the muscle memory for this. Also, this is a 70k run, so I don't know if the blessing of 70k applies to Resident Evil Survivor or not. That still kind of runs like shit. I will believe in the blessing of 7 quintillion. But it might not. The thing is that it's not universal. It doesn't apply for everything. That is not the line you're meant to take for that. Ooh. Cringe. Seven quintillion is sanguine. These sentences would make no sense. Oh, that worked. That didn't. Ow. My face. He bit it. He bit me. Skip. Muppet. How was Silent Hill? Honestly, the runs did not go anywhere. I finished one of them, and it was alright. It was like 32.5, so 10 seconds away from PB, which is not bad. But the rest of the attempts kept having, like, major mistakes. It would leave me, like, plus 10 by the middle, and it's like, nah, fuck that. Nah. Or is the IGT longer than the RTA and the splits? No one knows! No one knows, because this game sucks. Nope, it's not the blessing of 70k itself. Oh right, I can do flashcards during this round. It's one of those. This is a book reading game.
Remember your mission! We're doing a clean sweep of the area! Everyone and everything must be cleansed! Now move out!
What's that?
Happy birthday, BC2 Accolade. Oh, Christ. Need my flashcards during the hotfix? No, they should be done by the time we get to the hotfix. They should be complete.
I only do so many in a given day. Do too many, your brain will explode.
Not the greatest. Get out the fucking way! Oh my god, dude. Garbage. Did you hear about the hot new game everyone's talking about, Resident Evil Survivor? They should remake this game. That should be the next Resident Evil remake. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Imagine a world. Do you know what game I really want Capcom to remake just because I don't know how they would do it? Sweet Home. I would love to see what they could cook up for a Sweet Home remake. Ever thought about speedrunning something like Dead Cells? No. I've never even played Dead Cells. I would genuinely love... I mean, I would like them to just release Sweet Home again, naturally, but in terms of how you would remake a game like Sweet Home, like, actually, how would you even go about that? What is the approach? Monkey Paw Netflix series Sweet Home. No. Did I play Speedrun Outlast? No, I've never even played Outlast. Modernize the combat while having it resemble the original. Well, that's the tricky part, isn't it? So how do you modernize the system? Like, do you just keep it a turn-based RPG? That'd be very strange. But also, it's like an RPG. What do you do? You know, do you make it like an action RPG? That'd be so strange. That's why I want to see them try. It's like, what do you do with that? It's like, do you just turn it into like a third-person shooter? Right? But like, that game has no guns in it originally. Get out of the way! Seriously? Fucking move! Make it so both enemy turn and yours are played simultaneously. That is the system from Vandal Hearts, and that is not a good idea. Y'all ever played Vandal Hearts 2? Highly recommend it if you want to see an RPG where allowing the player and the opponent to take the move simultaneously is not a very good idea. It's a strategy RPG, is the main kicker for that one. There is an RPG, I've played a JRPG where both you and the enemy can take your turn simultaneously, and it's Okage the Shadow King. Only the way it works is really fucking weird, and it never seems to go in your favor. There's Frozen Synapse in mine. Frozen Synapse is very cool. So, okay, actually, I don't think there is, like, it's allowing you and the opponent's turns to take place simultaneously is, like, a terrible idea. But I have played a game that does that, Vandal Hearts 2, and it's really bad in that game. It's, like, really obnoxious. Like, you go to attack someone and, like, they've already moved. Oh, dear. I don't think the 60 the 60 I don't think the 30k is less than this one. 30k 70k it's 70 30k is a different model. What fucking where am I? The 70k is not blessing this one. It's not blessed. In fact, I must say it's very unblessed. Okay, that still works. Also, it occurs to me... Hi, mobile telephone. I didn't actually change the game name. I don't have to move in this room to do anything, right? No. How long will I be going for? At least another couple of hours.
Can you hear me? Who are you? What are you doing? Answer me!
It'll work eventually! Oh, Lickers, good RNG. Trying to do my surprise gasp and fucking dying instead. That was good. Look at that! I don't know what the room is. Where am I? Oh, it's this. Wow. Whoa, the lag. Holy shit. The 70k does not help with that, huh? Curse of 70k. Hey, Shokupan. Some things cannot be remedied with a cool PlayStation 2. Some games just run like crap. How are we doing? Honestly, I'm doing not great lately. Like, physically. But I'm trucking on anyway. So you say I'm not doing great lately, you think, it's like... So yeah, what's troubling you? And it's like, well, it's not really anything, like, my life is fine right now, like, I'm good. The problem is that right now my sleep pattern is destroyed. I stayed up all night yesterday. Well, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. I did the stream after sleeping. I went to bed at some point, but the other day, I tried to go to bed, and my body was just not having it. And so instead of going to bed at, like, 8 AM and then, like, waking up at, like, fucking in the evening, I just decided, fuck it, I'm staying up all day. I'm going to pull an all-nighter. So I did. I felt terrible. It's a bad idea. It's really bad for you. But hey, I finished the video script while I was at it. Ooh! Oh yeah! Up all night every night? Do you, like, if you pull all-nighters constantly, you die, so... You gotta go to bed at some point. Like, when I say I was up all night, I mean I was up for about 32 hours in a row. Before I called it and just went to sleep. Because by that point, obviously, I was exhausted. But I didn't want to, like, again, it was like, stay up all night. I don't want to, like, go to fucking sleep. And then wake up in, like, again, the middle of the afternoon. Like, that causes a different problem. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to fix my sleeping pattern tonight because I'm on the hotfix tonight. which means I'm going to be up to like 4 AM minimum. That was really bad, conversely. You work nights? So do I. Oh, that was bad. Ooh, got in. Like, after I'm done streaming in a couple of hours, I'm going to go to my job. And then I'm going to get off my job. And then I'm going to be on the GDQ Hotfix. That's my day. Is that enough space? Yes, just about. He streams, he goes to work, and then he streams again. I'm real busy. I'm prolific in this online speedrunning space. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm a busy guy.
They don't pay me the big bucks. They should pay me the big bucks. Why don't they pay me the big bucks for my service? I'm being pushed. Dude speed. Dude speed. Yes. No, they despawned. That's alright. That got pretty far. What is a GDQ Hotfix? A GDQ Hotfix is the weekly show they do on the GDQ stream that isn't GDQ itself. Please don't be hunters. Dogs. Yes. Lucky. Lucky, lucky. So, Igdisis has one of the shows that they do on the... Speak of the fucking devil. Jesus Christ. That timing was flawless. I held forward, don't hold forward. Fuck. No, I'm in pain. Well, anyway, hi, Igdisis, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I'm doing speedrun. I'm practicing Survivor for the Hotfix. As I was saying, Igdisis has a bi-weekly show on the GDQ Hotfix called Speedruns from the Crypt, which is horror game focused. I am very frequently a contributor to the show. That is why I'm going to be on it later tonight. I was in the middle of that sentence when you raided. That truly transcendent timing on that one. They're like 2 AM your time again? Yes! I'm going to be exhausted. Because I woke up by the time the hotfix has concluded, I will have been up for about 24 hours straight. Which is not good for you. Do not do that. Have a nap?
When? I have a job!
I'm gonna, like, after the stream is over, I'm expected to be at my actual job for the next 8 hours. And then once the stream, once I'm done with my actual job, I gotta be on the hotfix in like a couple hours after that. You know, I could try and nap between, like, job end and hotfix, but that's, like, I'm gonna oversleep, I guarantee it. And it wouldn't be, like, I'd get, like, maybe, like, 2 hours, kid. It's no good. I have not physically been doing great lately. Have I considered quit job? I have. Very frequently, in fact. Why not nap while on the job? Because I will get yelled at. Yeah, it's a short run at least. I'm not like. Also, I could do this run with my eyes shut, so I'm not tremendously worried about that. Like, case in point. Oh, where's the door? Where is it? That was like peeking. I can't do this blindfolded. I can definitely do it while half asleep though. Survivor is like pretty easy and it's not very punishing. It'll be fine. He said not turning. Jeez. Nap during your run. What time is the show tonight? 3 p.m. 3 a.m. GMT. I don't know what that is in American time. Where's the fucking... There it is.
Where's the activation range for the con?
I'm gonna be chugging a second energy drink today, I think. Holy shit. That guy fell. He fell. UK time didn't daylight saving. That's a little better than I thought, at least. I forgot we're under daylight savings right now. Or rather, with like whatever. Point is, it's like slightly earlier than I thought, which is good for me. It means I might almost go to bed at like a normal time. Well, like, normal for me, at least. There are like 4 American times. Why do you have so many times? You need one. Greedy, as always. Long weekend, at least. True, I forgot about that. Hey, Alex. You doing up the house? Doing up the house? I have no plan. You saw Dangling Pen, he was like, are those funky dudes? No, they're not funky.
They're creating these monsters on this island.
God damn, is that how much time 70k loses? I don't think I was that bad. Well, my movement wasn't great, but I don't think it was that bad. Oi. Why did it go immediately to exit? What the fuck? I think for Resident Evil Survivor, 70k might be, in fact, sad. This is not a game that is blessed by 70k. I don't think this is the one. This is a video file. I don't know why they did it this way. No, I know why. It's because of this movement.
Lot! Hang on!
Yeah, no, this is Curse of 70k for sure. This one's cursed. This is Curse. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. Blessing of 70k.
Lot.
This is
I'm
also a
sorry.
video file.
Please forgive me.
Do you know how I can tell when it's a video file?
talking
When
about?
the compression
It's not
suddenly
your
kicks in
fault.
and like all the dark
Vincent
colors
is
in
the
the
one who
background
caused
become
everything.
bandy as shit.
Well, I mean,
You? What do you mean? You're the detective.
I don't know why.
Your name is
Why
Art
did they do
Thompson.
it this
what?
way?
Really?
Like, because they're pre-renders,
I'm not
but they
Vincent.
don't look like it.
Then why did you run away from me?
Like, they pre-rendered...
Because I'm the one that told
They
Vincent
pre-rendered
about you.
PS1 graphics and
Hello,
played those back
I'm
as video
Vincent.
files.
I've been transferred to this
Why?
facility to inspect it.
Why would
Nice to
you
meet
do
you,
it
sir.
that way?
I know Commander Vincent. So I knew that you weren't
Like,
him
they,
when
they
I saw
these
you.
these are in-engine cutscenes recorded.
A spy. Thank you.
Mother?
You are a
It's
good
like
boy.
the worst of both worlds.
The self-destruction system has been...
I'm trying to think of like why. I think the reason they did it that way is because they wanted that scene to have a variety of cuts between different locations, but they didn't want to interrupt the scene with loading every single time it cuts to a different location. So I think that's why it's a video file. But like, still though, what the fuck? That's such a weird way of doing it.
You use selective words. What are you planning?
My words are very precise, actually. I think you'll find that I'm well-reasoned.
That's right.
That's right!
At the request of my friend, Leon
I
S.
am.
Kennedy,
I'm the
I
best!
came here to investigate.
I'm feeling myself.
Oh, yes. I remember.
I remember.
I remember everything.
Even though
Tell me
I'm
the truth.
plus 30 and this
You
run
are a
smells.
spy, aren't you?
Select these.
Yes. I'm not Vincent. I'm Ark.
He's Ark, man. Are you Ark? I didn't think so.
My mother.
Your mum. I was knocked over my can of Monster. Disaster almost struck the stream. Where's the door? I can't find it.
Do you even Ark, bro?
I, for one, have never played Ark. How am I doing? Honestly, not amazing, but I'm, like... mentally, I am at peace. Physically, I do not feel well. I feel like I have to qualify the exact nature of my not doing wellness. You're lurking to hear a few different British voice actors? I think so, yeah. The kid, at least, is definitely British.
I can't believe you're not dead yet.
You're human. You must be the leader of the cleaner unit sent by Umbrella to destroy the evidence of this biohazard.
Whoa!
Whatever.
Whatever!
I don't have time for your pathetic games. I have already sent the self-destruction system. This island will be gone in a matter of
I don't think I didn't equip the flame rounds, did I?
Ark.
Oh!
Oh, this can't be.
No, I fucking did not. Oh! I don't even know what that word is that they use for the fire grenades in this game. I'm gonna Google it right now. I know the other one. But what's that one? What is it, like napalm? No. Ugh. Damn it, I didn't even find it in time. Fuck. Incendiary? Yeah, but I don't know how it's written. I'm trying to find the precise... This is just, like, for me. I'm trying to find the exact kanji, because I don't know what the word is. It's bothering me that I don't know the word. I'm gonna learn some language from... That was super fucking clean. Jesus. Wow. It's never that easy. Wait, I know...
I know what it means, but I don't know how to pronounce the word.
I'm having a Japanese language moment.
Hurry!
5 minutes to detonation. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Because acid round in Japanese is what the fuck? I already... No, I did. I forgot. No! Ryusandan, I think? Ryusan? That's like acid. It's sulfuric acid in specific. Iha. Like the word they use for flame round. I don't know what it is. It's something. There's a word for that. I don't know it. It bothers me that I don't know it. I've decided that it annoys me now. I'll find it. Why is it so hard to track down this word? Jesus. Kain. No, I do know this word. What the fuck? Of course, you've seen this before, man. Just never with the kanji. I've only seen that one written in kana, weirdly enough.
Get in the helicopter!
Kain. Like Kainbi. Grenade done? No, the incendiary rounds.
It's still
Kain,
alive!
apparently. Like in the same way that a Molotov is a Kain beam, which I don't know. I knew that, but apparently I forgot. I ducked that hit. That was strong. That was not strong. Well, anyway, now we know. Or at least now I know. I don't know, I'm just like, I'm talking to myself about this. Well, and you. Livland knows. Livland knows, no one else does. It briefly bothered me. I was like, I don't actually know what I'm looking at. Despite the amount of times I have played Resident Evil games in Japanese, I've just never bothered to like look up what the word is for incendiary. Ow. My face. Done. Oh, why does it make that noise? I don't feel like I'm doing any damage. That's because I haven't been. Damn it. Bid final boss fight. This is very funny when you look this up on Jisho, right? The Japanese word for flame or blaze, kain, the one I just tried to look up, I'm pronouncing it badly, it's the English, whatever. is not listed as a common word, but the word for Molotov cocktail, which is kaenmin, which is just flame bottle, is listed as a common word. Okay.
10 seconds to detonation. 9, 8, 7.
People be saying Molotov more often than they'd be saying flame. But like, I guess I can't argue with that because I did hear the second one before the first one. But that was mainly because I fucking first heard it playing Left 4 Dead Arcade. That's like cheating, it's a primary attack.
We're safe.
Specific kind of foreigner who learns Japanese playing games originally written in English.
Get down!
What are we gonna do, mister?
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
I don't know, but don't worry. We can fly as long as we have fuel.
And they can fly as long as they have fuel. It's 36... That was actually not bad. As a run, that was only like 20 seconds away from my PB, despite being plus a minute. What? The IGT in this game is so cursed. Maybe 70k is blessed. Because that run was not good. That was not... The final boss was dog shit. Like, really bad.
Biohazard. Gun survivor.
Let's go again. Is the 70k just faster? For Silent Hill 1, it makes the run easier. I don't think it makes the run faster, but it makes the performance of the game better, and that makes your inputs more responsive. Which definitely saves time in a way that makes it... It becomes, like, easier to execute. Put it this way, when I swapped to 70k PS2, I PB'd, like, 3 times in a row almost immediately.
You look familiar, but...
I'm totally clueless, 70k. Different PS2 models have different specifications.
I just can't remember.
The 90k, the number refers to the serial number written on the back. The 90k is usually considered the ideal for speedrunning because it tends to load the fastest, but for PS1 games, the 70k is closer in specification to the original console. The 70k is closer in specifications to the original PS1 console because it literally just has a PS1 inside of itself. This can result in games that perform a little better on the 70k compared to the 90k, but you might lose out on loads. But the thing is, for Silent Hill that doesn't matter because load times don't come into the equation anyway, and the gain in performance is big enough that you actually save time RTA anyway for Silent Hill 1. Resident Evil Survivor is another PS1 game that performs notoriously shittily. Like that, where the game just decided to hang for fucking 12 seconds at the start for no goddamn reason, because this cursed video game smells bad. I'll start the run eventually, I swear.
Biohazard. Gun survivor.
So, the more consistent performance of a 70k might be an asset to this run in specific. I think you lose time RTA, though, for this one. Using the 70k. Because I was down, like, 30 seconds for seemingly no reason in the middle.
My mother?
I don't think I played 30 seconds bad. It's, like, really hard to lose that much time. Never heard that explanation either. It matters a lot to Sony speedrunners, because we're insane and hate ourselves. Like, if you want to speedrun Crash Team Racing, for instance, the best version of the game to run on isn't a 70k or a 90k. Those are the slim models of PlayStation 2, right? But Crash Team Racing in specific, for whatever reason, the least laggy version that loads the fastest is 30k. It's one of the fats. You need a fat model.
But I just can't remember.
But you don't need a fat model, but it's optimal.
Mark Thompson, huh? Though I can't remember anything.
And I don't have a fat model.
I know that this.
So if I wanted to get into running that game, excuse me, I would need to. It would be ideal, at least, to purchase a fat model. You know, that wouldn't be incredibly pricey. Fats are like, what, $50? It's not a big deal. But I don't have that on hand. I've thought about getting a fat model because I want to see if it makes Gun Survivor 2 load faster. That is the more coherent line. Border speedrunning is strange. Getting into optimal hardware is... It's a thing. It's a whole thing. If you really want to, like, stress... I choose not to stress about it a lot of the time. I just play on my 70k or my 90k. Usually the 90k, and I just, like, don't think about it. Ugh. That is, like, firmly someone else's problem. I've done a bunch of PlayStation speedruns, and when I've done them, it's usually all on my 90k. Because that tends to be the right answer, like, 9 times out of 10. It just so happens that Silent Hill is one of those times where it's not the right answer. Not sure when in life of the PS2 you got. You'll also be curious what serial number series it is. If you got a fat PS2 on launch, it's gonna be 30. Because that's, like, the initial run. If you got it in the middle, it's going to be like a 50 or a 60. If you got the Slim, it's a 70 or a 90. Only the first digit really matters. The other digits are just region coding. So if you tell me the full number, I can dox you. Damn. Look at that guy. He's a 3904. He's from fucking Germany. I don't have the numbers memorized. But like the last digit is a region in specific. I think the first two digits are like models and their revisions. The last digit is region coding. Like Japanese units, which are all the ones I have, their last digit is 0. So they're always just straight 0. It's nothing. Whereas every other unit has a different last number based on the region that they are made for. Not necessarily the same as the region of discs they'll play. Just the region the console was sold in. You have 5001, yours is 70,001. I'm pretty sure 1 is the American digit. 0 is Japan, 1 is America, and the rest is a smorgasbord. Ah, give me the crowbar! That was good. Like, what do we call it in here? I have a bunch of PS2s over here. It's flat 90. This is my American unit. Yeah. 90,001 is an American unit. 1 is the American number, I just checked mine. What about the PAL number? Oh, I do not have... It's on the bottom of the stack. Well, I mean, not the PAL number, but, like, the British number. I imagine the UK is probably its own number. Because I think a lot of, like... Even though European consoles can play games from, you know, any European region, you know, it's not a different encoding. Like a British console can play a German game. Because most of the time they're the same. They don't have like a different disc header or anything. PlayStation consoles themselves, though, have a different serial number. And I believe there's a couple of numbers for places like Singapore and Korea. Even though those would be classified as... Even though I'm pretty sure a Korean PlayStation 2 is, as far as discs are concerned, is classified as NTSC-J. I'm just, like, speaking out loud. Don't worry. Like, I'm not really... I'm just saying things. I'm participating in the hit game show Just Say Words. I'm very surprised I didn't get grabbed going through that. UK is 03 and Europe is 04, the internet tells me. That's believable. I'm surprised Europe doesn't have more than one region. Like, is it really just UK and Europe? Like, Spanish, German, like, French consoles all have the same code, it's all 4? So Midnight is playable on a JPPS2? Yes. If you can find it, I'm pretty sure that's true. I thought Japan had specifically had their own code to stop them importing cheaper Asian games. I don't think they really existed for the PlayStation 2 is the thing. God knows I've not found any. I'm pretty sure Mystic Knight, because, yeah, I don't believe Korea has its own, like, region coding for PlayStation 2 games. They're not like NTSC-K or whatever it would be, I don't know. I feel like if it was, I'd have run into one by now. But I've never seen that. And as for the handful of Korean-only PS2 games, I have no reason to suspect they have like special encoding. So similarly as well, there's a handful of Korean PS1 releases, and those I know have to be NTSC-J encoded because the PS1 never officially released in the region. but that PS1 games were released in Korea. Not the PS1, though. There's a story behind that one. Get away! Door stuck. Wait, what? There's a story behind that one. Easy YouTube video. Yeah, it is. Gesturing at my drafts. I mean, it's not... Here's the thing, it's not easy, though. I am poorly equipped to research the particulars. What's the next room? Oh god, it's this one. That was fast. The thing is, I am poorly equipped to research the particulars for two reasons. One, I don't have the lived experience, and the other one, I don't speak Korean at all.
Hello? Can you hear me? Who are you? What are you doing? Answer me!
Like, not even a little bit. Just, like, learn Korean. But no, okay, short version is that the PS2 was officially released in Korea, but the PS1 was not. But the PS1 games that were officially released in Korea... That'll do. The PS1 games that were officially released in Korea came alongside the PlayStation 2 release as, like, late releases. Oh, zombies bad RNG. Really? Zombies in this room is bad. You can't do anything about it. You just have to, like, push through with strength. So they put the PS1 games out there alongside the PS2. Because the PS2 is backwards compatible, so the games do work on it. As a result of this, by the way, there is actually a single one. I'm about to get rushed! No! Ooh! Oh, this was a crit. There is a single singular Korean exclusive PS1 game. Which is very interesting, as it makes it a regional exclusive for a system that didn't release in the region. This is an this would make an interesting video, wouldn't it? Again, it runs into the problem that I don't know how to read Korean, though. Like, when I make the videos about... I get too confident, too cocky in the videos I make covering, like, Japanese-only games. It's very easy for me to tap into the well of research available from being able to just Google something in Japanese and then get a page with, like, information on it, you know? It's much... Strangely enough, it's easier to find out about Japanese things if you look in Japanese. I imagine the same is also true of Korean. However, that hits a snag. Known as the... Can't read... What? Bro, I'm vying for control of the door. What's the name of the game? Manic Game Girl. Classic Rainbow. That one. Yeah, that is, as far as I know, the sole Korean exclusive PS1 game. I'm pretty sure that's true, because the number of games released for the PS1 in Korea officially in general is like, it's like a 2-digit number, I think, tops. Mr. Driller is on that list. So, you know, quality. Join forces with someone that can read Korean. I have asked, not like a form, but like I've asked about like how the PS1 even circulated in the region. The answer is the grey market. Like, the console itself might not have released there, but, you know, there were ways, there were methods, you could get one. It was a thing. Nevertheless, I find the history of like, the one lone regional exclusive for a console that technically didn't release in the region to be interesting. It's interesting, I think it's interesting. You knew a guy, he's in the chat. I'm just not singling them out. Because it feels rude. I'll do it.
I disagree.
6 and row leg, 6 and row leg, 6 and what, 6 and row leg, 6 and row leg.
Frost Kirby, thank you for the 10 months and rolling a leg. Cause yeah, it's something if I ever get like a decent handle on the actual game itself. The problem that the video script, or at least the draft, hits, is that I would like to also cover the game in question, you know, not just the history, but the actual game that is Manic Game Go while I'm at it. I can't read Korean. That's a problem. Because there's a lot of text. It's an action game. So you can push through with idiot power. But there's a lot of words, and I can't read any of them. And that feels a little, I don't know, I always find it a little annoying. One of my motivations for making the kinds of videos that I do... Ow, my face. He spawned real close. One of the reasons that I make videos of the format that I do... Why are there so many of you? Did I start the game on the wrong fucking difficulty? What just happened? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, one of the reasons for the format of the videos that I make is that as someone who is actually able to cover Japanese-only releases and actually cover them with some degree of accuracy and even sometimes a little development history behind it, because I'm able to look up because I can read the language, so I can at least, understand the games. And if a game already has an English patch, I can usually go and look at some context. Just read what the JP internet has to say about it and see if they've got anything interesting. You know? Get a little going. Because it's always one of the things... A type of content that frustrates me is guy whomst covers JP-only games but can't read it. That might sound like I'm calling out a specific individual. I assure you I'm not. It's a general thing. And, I get why. If you can't read it, it's a limitation. I can't force you to... Oops. But it's always seemed like a little obnoxious of a thing to do. To put that coverage out in the world and just be like, here's this game. No idea what anyone's saying. So, don't know what to do here because I can't understand any of the instructions. So part of the motivation I have for making the style of videos that I do is that I can actually present the things more or less properly because I can actually read the fucking things. I'm not fluent. I don't claim to be fluent, but I'm a damn sight better than nothing, right? Also, that was boostless behavior. Where's the second guy? I don't know. He took the day off. Ah! Like, in particular, I'm not gonna, like, name the specific thing, because it's kind of mean to call out a, you know, specific creator. I do have a thing in mind. Where I remember watching a video about a JP-only game by someone who could not read it, and they got stuck at a certain point, and then like complained that it was unintuitive what was going on. At the same time, they were showing instructions on the screen, explaining what they were supposed to do. Like, I feel like that was like a psyop to piss me off specifically. Like, I later played this game, and the game explains to you 3 separate times what you're supposed to do at the point where this guy got stuck. And, like, it does so in a way that, like, it's really hard to, like, they really don't want you to fuck that up. They want you to know how to do the thing. Because, like, it is, if you can't read it, I can understand why you would get stuck, because you have to know to, like, dip into a menu and use an item in a specific place, and it has this interaction. But the game explains the interaction 3 different times, and an additional time in the manual if you have it. Like, it's actually very well signposted. The guy was like, God damn, that was so hard to figure out. How cryptic. And I was like, it's actually the opposite of cryptid. It's explained in very plain language. It's like, why do people... It's like, why do you do that? I can understand, like, you know... I don't begrudge the guy for getting stuck in a video game with the language that he can't read. I begrudge the fact that he got, like, irritated about it, you know? It's like, oh man, what do you mean it's, like, hard to understand what to do if I play a game in a language I can't fucking read? Like, what the hell are you doing? This game was an RPG, by the way. Like a light one. But it's very menu-driven. It's like, why? It's like wishing the best to you and all that. Why the fuck are you even trying to cover this game like that? So, self-publisher Shakespeare and Mist game only in Japan in English. I saw that video today as well. It was very interesting. At the very least, you know, Mini-Me at least did the classic trick of picking a JP-only game where it's all in English, so he did not, in fact, struggle with reading anything. Clever strategy. Oh! It's funny people even make that attempt. I mean, some people like to just, like, delve into, like, games that never released in outside Japan for like a given console or whatever. PS1 games especially is popular. I do it because it's fun. There's a lot of games. You know, I don't mind that people give it a punt, even if they can't understand the language. But that one specific thing I read where the person got like angry about not being able to read the signposting and just they gotten so used to playing like PS1 games that way where they like any texts, they assume they can play everything without being able to read any of this. Just so confusing to me. So why is that the coverage? Like, my dude. The problem is you. The game, shockingly, the Japanese language only RPG tends to assume that you can read some Japanese. Like, at least a little. So that made me very... This is like a classic punchyism where the entire style of video I make is inspired by one guy who pissed me off. That is a classic punchyism. I mean, it's not the only reason. But it is definitely one of the reasons I've gone in the direction of like tapping into that skill set I do have, because the bar is so low. I missed the... Oh my god, what are you aiming at? How did you miss in Gun Survivor? What the fuck are you doing, dude? Is this even gonna kill? Oh, I'm gonna get charged and... Oh, it did kill. It killed. Did he drop grenade rounds or shotgun rounds? I can't really see. I'm just gonna run forward and hope.
No, it's shotgun rounds. It's so over for me.
Get out of the menu! There are still some games as well that are like kind of too complicated for me to reasonably cover in the otherwise then I'd be the asshole making like educated guesses at best about stuff. Like during the Loop 8 video I made like a passing there's a little thing about how Loop 8 is like the mechanical spiritual successor to a game called Gun Parade March. I sort of ignored the fact that Gun Parade March actually did have a traditional sequel in the process of doing that. Ah, not even a fucking... Nah, not even a 2-shot. Not even a 3-shot! That is very crazy. Anyway, I gave a passing, like, little nod to the fact that Gun Parade March is, like, the mechanical predecessor to Loop 8.
Please forgive me.
And Gun Parade March is an interesting game that was, like, fun to play for the couple of hours I spent playing it to get B-roll for the video, but I didn't delve deeper into that game. Phantom Nord, thank you for the 6 months.
What do you mean?
But I didn't delve deeper into Gun Parade March for 2 reasons. One is that it wasn't really germane to the overall, like, main subject of the video, so I didn't want to spend too much time lingering on it.
Then why did you run away?
And the second
from
reason
me?
is that Gun Parade March was way too difficult for me to read. I was so lost in the conversations in that game. They use a lot of big fucking words.
Nice to meet you, sir.
I know Commander Vincent. So I knew that you weren't.
I even said as much in the video. I was like, "This is a pretty dense read," is the way I put it. I was like, I can't read this shit.
Thank you. You are a good boy, Lot.
I'm lost. Because like, if I wanted to cover that game, and it's interesting enough to like warrant full coverage. It's a really mechanically interesting game.
In 10 minutes. All the personnel
like Loop 8, it's a bit scuffed and a bit buggy, but unlike Loop 8, it's very interesting and its concepts actually manifest in like ways that are very novel. But it's also just really hard to read. They use a lot of big words. They use a lot of mechanical terms. They use because like it's a game about giant robots, so they use a lot of mechanical engineering terms.
That's right.
Then it's also a game about like an ongoing war with aliens. So there's a lot of like military strategy words being thrown around. Don't know any of those fucking words either.
Yes, I remember.
And then it's also like a pretty high-minded game, with a lot of like philosophical themes being bandied about. So there's a lot of fucking big words there too. It's like it's hell. You just can't read it.
Aren't you?
For a very dialogue-heavy game, it's like probably the hardest dialogue-heavy game I've ever... Because like dialogue is easy to read, generally speaking. Dialogue is simple. Compared to prose, prose is very complicated. Prose can be very long and very abstract. And that's hard. That's difficult to parse. That's like the hard reading. That's why books are harder than comics.
Yes, I'm not Vincent. I'm Ark!
But I have had a harder time parsing Gun Parade March's dialogue than I did reading Kamaitachi no Yoru, which is a visual novel. So, you know, not linear, I suppose, the scale. Ah, that's... So, funny enough, there is RNG in the quick turn in that room. Because it isn't really quick turn. The L1 button snaps to objects of interest. What the game considers an interesting object is a really vague criteria, but enemies are a primary interesting object. But the pattern of how zombies spawn in that room is random, so if you tap the L1 button hoping to do a quick turnaround in that room, you might go in completely the opposite direction than you thought, because the zombies spawned in a way that's different. They spawn in a random pattern. So it might lock onto a zombie that's actually to your right when you would rather it be to your left. So like if I press L1 here real quick, he'll like turn to the left a little bit. The reason for that is because of that file on the desk directly to the left. That's considered the interesting object in the scene. I assume this is all making sense to you guys. This is the sense making.
That makes sense.
I can't
Thank you.
believe you're not dead yet.
Glad it's making sense to you guys.
You're human. You must be the leader of the cleaner unit sent by Umbrella to destroy the evidence of this biohazard.
This biohazard.
Whatever. I don't have time for your pathetic games. I have already sent the self-destruction system. This island will be gone in a matter of minutes.
You must be the cleaner of this unit sent to destroy the evidence of this biohazard. It can't be! Punchy, the sense maker.
Fire. Oof.
Also, man, getting rated by Maxi and Dick Dices in the same stream, I'm the most popular person on Twitch.television right now. I'm the coolest. I'm the coolest streamer, and I'm playing Resident Evil Survivor. What am I doing? Quick, change to a big hitter. Go back to Silent Hill. What are you doing? Oh, okay, good enough. I'll take it. You could do worse.
Get on the train!
Remember, if you're enjoying the stream, hit that follow button for more Resident Evil Survivor. If you're into this game for Survivor, I mean, like if that's what gets you going, I don't know. Probably Silent Hill. Maybe also Alone in the Dark, because I want to learn Alone in the Dark, the new one. Not that old smelly one. No one likes smelly games. Old smelly, the old smelly game. No! Oh, I hate that. Oh my god. Bad. Poor. You feel bad for yourself running the smelly 2008 one? That's a smelly old game for sure. Running it later? Yeah, you're going to be on the hotfix after me. We're going to transition from smelly game into smellier game. That's why the schedule is the way it is. It's going in order of pungency. Yeah, so the schedule for tonight's hotfix is me on Survivor, then Icdisis does Clock Tower 3, and then you're on Alone in the Dark 2008. And as far as I'm concerned, that is a roughly ascending order of smelly. But only because I'm a Clock Tower 3 hater. I don't like that game.
Get in the helicopter! It's still alive.
I mean, 361, the PS2. Oh, that really is smelly. Aim. What the fuck? Where are you going? Who? Get your mans! fucking going? It's Seth from Street Fighter $. I love Street Fighter $. I am out of bullets. That is absolutely unbelievable. Well, at least I didn't run out of acid rounds that time. That was a little better.
Hurry!
Those are some juicy noises in that cutscene. My favorite thing about this game is that sound effect. But, you know, actually, it really does look like Sith from Street Fighter 4. You look like Sith from Street Fighter 4.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This game is like quite a bit louder on average than I would like it to be.
We're safe.
It can't be!
It cannot be.
My mother!
Can it really not be? That's fucked up.
Get down!
Good timing. A hair earlier would have been good. But I think that was still pretty good.
What are we gonna do, mister?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. But don't worry. We can fly as long
You
as
use
we have
selective
fuel.
words.
We
What are
can
you
fly
planning?
as long as we have fuel, guys. It'll be okay. Dun, 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 dun. And this is where it reveals that it's actually the greatest run that anyone has ever done. Yeah, that's probably world record. No need to investigate. Fuck. God damn it. No, I don't want to save. You insult me with this talk of saving. Try again.
Gun survivor.
Where is the selective words from? It's from Scarlet Dawn. House of the Dead Scarlet Dawn. The latest game in the House of the Dead series. And I say latest, people are like, wow, there was a... I streamed it a while back and people were like, wow, there was a new House of the Dead game? When was this? And I was like, 2018. It's like a bit of a while ago by now. Still laced by definition. Newest new game, anyway.
Familiar, but but I just can't remember.
There was the House of the Dead remake, but that's a remake, and it's also really, really, really
I
bad.
can't remember anything. I know that this was no way for anyone to die. What?
What? Oh, I did die. I was gonna... Fucking hell. Almost didn't. I think it was exactly the right number of shots. Can best RTA have worst IGT and vice versa in this game? Yeah. Well, no, if you have best RTA, you're probably going pretty fast. So if you know, like, RTA does correlate with IGT somewhat loosely. The reason I'm losing gobs of time on these splits, like, every time, by the way, is that I'm pretty sure that the 70k is, like, not the way for this one, RTA at least. I'm pretty sure this game is losing time. to loads and lag and shit. But you could have a really bad RTA but a very good IGT, because IGT doesn't tick when you're paused, like in the menu to reload your gun. So if you dick around there a bunch, you can lose a whole bunch of RTA that has no impact on your IGT. And yes, this game is still timed IGT. Thank you for asking. Yes, that is quite silly. No, I don't like it. I would change that leaderboard to RTA in a fucking heartbeat. Have I seen the Uwe Boll House of Dead movie? No. I don't think I've seen any video... I've seen Detective Pikachu. I think Detective Pikachu might be the only video game adaptation of a movie I've ever seen. And the only reason I've seen that is because I went to see it for my birthday. It was a birthday gift from a friend. He bought tickets to the movie. And he was like, let's go watch a movie. And I was like, okay. It was very nice of him. It was a nice day out. Smile. The movie was pretty good. I thought Detective Pikachu was alright. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I've seen any video game movie adaptations. For what it's worth, in general, I am asked very frequently. It's quiet. You're so loud. I am asked very frequently. You know, like, have I seen X movie? Have I seen such and such movie or anything? Especially when it comes to adaptations of video games, I have seen very few movies in general. I am like the last person to ask about this. I am always consistently baffled when games, like, are intruded upon by the movie people in a way where I'm expected to clap. What's that? I get... Remember, flashing back to the one time I, like, restreamed, what was it, the Game Awards, and fucking Keanu Reeves walks on the stage, and I'm like, who the hell is this? And my chat has to tell me who Keanu Reeves is, and I'm like, oh. Hating on Keanu Reeves is actually a sin. I'm not hating, I just don't know who the guy is. So when he walked on the stage and everyone, like, immediately lost their shit and it became, like, a meme on Twitter, like, gaming Twitter for days, I was completely lost because I didn't fucking have any idea who the guy was. And it happened again with Alone in the Dark recently, because when you first select the protagonist at the start of the game, it lists the character name and then a second name underneath, and that, like, managed to confuse me at first, because that's not a very standard thing for a video game to do. Not an English one, at least. And I was like, why is there a second name under this? And chat was like, they're actors, dickhead. And I was like, oh. Like, who the hell is Jodie Comer? I don't know. That's a run. Held the wrong button. That's not a cutscene. Get me out of the menu. Fucking Jesus. Yeah, I find it interesting that these are things I'm supposed to know and recognize, you know? So like when the movie people or the TV show people as well, I guess I barely watch TV show. Part of the problem here is that I don't have a Netflix subscription or anything anymore. So like TV doesn't meaningfully exist in my universe anymore. Because if you want to watch a TV show, your options are get a Netflix subscription, I guess, or a Disney Plus subscription, and it's like I don't have those, so I guess I just don't watch the thing. Because there isn't really any other way to go about it. Secret other option redacted. There is secret other option, but I can't be bothered most of the time. God, now even like anime has gone that way as well. But with Crunchyroll locking everything behind the premium subscription, you can't even watch like in lower quality for free anymore. They killed that option. I'm not buying your fucking subscription service. It's not happening. Sell me your box set or piss off. Oh, it's hunters. Oh, that's so cringe. Oh, I gotta stop saying cringe. That itself is very cringe. Boo. I mean, I guess it's slightly better than swearing constantly, but it doesn't really mesh with my age. Get out of the way! Boo. Cause I like habitually avoid buying stuff on subscription if I have literally any other option. Very cool boxing you've got going on here. Get the fuck out of here with this trash. What the fuck, man? I'm back to swearing.
Biohazard. Gun survivor.
Particularly, like, I don't like the idea of money being siphoned out of my bank account every month for something I may or may not use enough to justify it. I don't like the fact that's like the only business model now. This is one of the reasons I like, you know, video games still, is that you buy them and then you have them. You know, oh, you know, on Steam you don't really own your games, it's a digital license. I know, but the point is it's a one-time purchase. You know, it's like, you only need to pay for it once, typically. Not a fan for a subscription for games, even for MMO. I'm not really, no. I do understand why an MMO functions on a subscription basis, though. I think that's probably healthier than free-to-play with the horrible microtransaction nonsense.
I can't remember. Mark Thompson, huh?
Because, you know, ongoing games definitionally need ongoing support, and servers aren't free.
No way for anyone to die.
That's... You know, I don't like that, but that's kind of a necessary concession to the format.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, it's the alternate. It's I don't love subscription fees for MMOs, but like, it is a reasonable model, I think. Like, sure, you must be reasonable to some extent. Yeah, whereas I'm not that into like subscribing to Game Pass. I do not subscribe to Game Pass. I know Game Pass is very popular, but I'm not a Game Pass guy. I do not like Game Ass. That guy just fell over straight away. Because I'd rather just buy the games I want to play.
Bottom text.
Special Infected, thanks for the 10 months. Bottom text. I did at one point do the classic thing of subscribing to Game Pass for a single $1, and then trialing out a bunch of games that I found vaguely interesting. But I haven't touched it since. And the subscription, I immediately cancelled it. But I do notice that the price of Game Pass keeps going up and up and up. It's almost as if giving everyone like access to a whole bunch of games for like $1 isn't actually sustainable, and they're doing the classic strategy of hemorrhaging a shitload of money to get people into the service and then increasing the price so people who are still in end up paying that higher price, and all of a sudden it's weirdly not worth it anymore. See, I just bought Persona 3 Reload because I know I like Persona 3 and I knew I wanted to play it, so I just paid the money for it. Just give me the game. I will pay the money. That's a split. I will buy the games.
Remember your mission. We're doing a clean sweep of the area. Everyone and everything must be cleansed. Now move out!
I think that's the thing, is that I'm not like... Game Pass is very attractive if you're like constantly playing new things, right? Like if you're one of those gamers who's only ever thinking forward, right? You know, I want to play the new releases. And obviously Game Pass doesn't get every new release, but it gets like quite a few of them. Then I imagine that's pretty, like, if you're most people, like, I see why this works for most people. That they're always like, you know, I want to play the new stuff. It's like, oh, the new stuff is on Game Pass. I can play the new stuff. And then it, you know, rolls out. There's more new stuff, and it keeps going like that. Like a Netflix. Wow. But I am someone who spends a vast majority of his free time playing PlayStation 1 games. You can see why having a, revolving door access to the new releases doesn't entice me. To, like, for a monthly charge, right? Because I might only play, like, one of the new releases every couple of months, tops. Do you keep the games on Game Pass? No, that's the thing. If you want them, you have to then buy them, which people do. But I would rather just buy the release that I'm looking to play. Good. Very good. To be clear, my takeaway from all of this isn't, you know, like, Game Pass is awful, you shouldn't subscribe to it, no, 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 no. But my play pattern in particular does not suit the model. I definitely do have, like, lingering questions about the viability. Like, if say, the ability to buy a game in general was just gone and you could only get stuff on Game Pass, that would be a fucking nightmare. I feel pretty confident saying if it were the only option, that would be very bad. Because titles fall off of Game Pass. Like, Game Pass, essentially, like, it's on a license deal. So games revolve off the program every so often. Generally speaking, the library expands more than it contracts. Good split. But stuff falls off the back of it. Like, eventually, releases time out. Does Sony pay for Game Pass? I don't know if it's pay. I assume you mean Microsoft, because Microsoft does Game Pass rather than Sony. But yeah, Microsoft pays studios to put their game on Game Pass. They kind of have to, because otherwise, how are they getting any money? Fuck off. Bad RNG. If a company paid Microsoft to put their game on Game Pass, the net result would be the company loses money. And that would be it. No, Microsoft pays the developers to put their games on Game Pass because they're paying them in, like, some kind of proportion to the approximate, like, you know, equivalent sales that they think that they would have gotten otherwise, or something like that. A fee. And in turn, Microsoft hopes to make the money in volume. And from the subscription fees that people pay to Game Pass in the hopes of making money. That is how the business model works. So then devs get a cash kickback. And Microsoft hopefully makes money off the subscriptions. Hopefully. The thing about that strategy is that Microsoft has very deep pockets and can afford to take a loss. So they can, like, license a very popular game. For a lot of money. But if it gets a lot of people using Game Pass, then that creates, like, a future revenue thing. It's tricky like that. It's tricky. Hey, Sun Emperor. How's the runs going? Kind of mediocre, honestly. But that's okay. Streaming's been fun, at least. The runs themselves have been kind of shite, but streaming's been fun. Silent Hill runs, meh. Resident Evil Survivor runs, we had at least one decent one. Why you gotta push me? Don't do that. Whereas their games tend to get pulled from Game Pass, PS Plus when there's a highly anticipated sequel coming up in hopes they can double dip with people shelling out $50-$60 for the original game. I think they do that on purpose, yeah. I wouldn't describe it as a highly anticipated sequel, but I did notice the Fuga games did that. Fuga 1 was on Game Pass for a while, and then when Fuga 2 came out, shortly after it came out, the first game dropped off. Novel. I mean, it may just be that, like, that's conveniently around the time the license expiry took place. Nice. Lucky. Just commit, just commit, just commit, it's fine. There's hunters in that room and hunters are assholes.
Hello?
I love this.
Can you hear me? Who are you? What are you doing? Answer me!
I love that Ark just walks into a room, sees someone on a monitor, and just immediately screams at the computer. That's our protagonist. Just sees a little girl on the computer and goes, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Just yells at the computer. It's like, can she hear you? What do you do? Oh, great RNG, the lickers. Wow. Getting hunters in that room, often a huge pain in the ass, but hunters are more common. Oh, Liquor's in this room as well. Oh, that's good. We saw the zombie pattern earlier, and the zombie pattern sucks ass. All these voice lines had the same energy as your redeemed soundbites. One of them is literally from this game. It's actually from that scene that I just skipped. Ah, I missed the first shot.
My mother.
No, don't rush me! Oh! Yeah, that one. Getting bonked was bad, but good split. Genuinely. Good RNG on that. There's 12 months for a game, 12 months on PS Plus Extra Premium, and then possibly a PC release after that. Generally lines up, yeah. Like we've got Ghosts of Sushi coming out on PC now. Ghost of Tsushima is my favorite Assassin's Creed game. It feels like damning with faint praise? That's because it is. I did not like Ghost of Tsushima. I found it very, very boring. Is there any game I'm interested that's coming soonish? Nothing comes to mind for April. But I'm looking forward to Crow Country releasing in May. There's gotta be something for April, it's just not coming to mind right now. It's like Assassin's Creed with better combat and a lot more vibes. Yeah, I don't disagree. I can check my wish list. We can find out what it is I'm looking forward to. All I gotta do is sort by date. Not date added. Oh, clean. Clean through. Sexy. What have I got on here? Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. This gamer is scrolling. You walked forwards rather than backwards. Classic error. Honestly, what is going on here? There's like... There's Harold Halibut coming out in April. That could be neat. Wait, this is... Oh, that came out today. What the fuck? Terra Memoria released today. In fact, it might have released, like, actually right now. I'm not pulling a lot here for April. Might be a month to play classic games instead. Get out of the fucking way! I know it says plus 10, that's probably not as bad as it. It's alright.
There's like Harold Halibut. Anomaly collapse. The crates, man. Don't. Ooh, lucky. That's about it. I feel like I'm probably missing some big release or whatever. I don't know. What's coming out in April? Like, I'm probably not going to play Eiyuden. I hope that's enough space. Just about. You know, I guess I could backtrack a little and get around to playing Unicorn Overlord. I didn't play that. I don't know if I'm so divided about Unicorn Overlord because, like, oh man, you know, Vanillaware's artwork is really nice. Every screenshot of that game looks beautiful. But then I actually sit down and try to figure out what is going on, and my brain falls asleep. Because it is the most boring fucking, like, medieval setting in the world. I know, like, that's just what those tactics RPGs are like, but, like, it is like, the most dull setting I've ever seen in my... Like, god damn! Oh, this boost is fucking turbo. Dragon's Dogma? No interest either, really. For similar reasons. This boost is massive! That was huge! That just kept going. Jesus. I have managed to avoid all of the discourse surrounding Dragon's Dogma 2 for a variety of reasons. The microtransactions, whatever the fuck the Dragon's Plague is, how, you know, like, many choices that are abrasive to modern game sensibilities serve a purpose in terms of, like, challenging the player's usual expectations of the genre, and how game designers should be allowed to do that, for the sake of art. I have sidestepped the discourse entirely by the fact I just don't care. I don't want to play Dragon's Dogma 2. Actually a pretty good split. I know it says +4, but I'm convinced that 70k just loses time RTA. I think it's losing time on loads. It has FMV cooking, though. It looks really jarring. I know why they did it. They justified the decision as, like, you know, either we can simulate the meat with expensive graphics, or we can actually cook some real meat, and, you know, at least then we have some real meat, and we can, like, feed the team and stuff. Cool. Thing is, though, it looks really jarring, dude. Okay, that was not great. I saw a video of it on Twitter where someone was like, wow, it cuts to FMV when you're cooking. I've never seen a game do that before. And it's like, yeah, there's a reason you haven't seen any game do that before, because it looks fucking weird. Like, I appreciate your rockstar spirit, but no, that looks weird. That's jarring and the transition is obvious. Wrong call, should have simulated it. Or just, like, done a generic cooking animation, for fuck's sake. Like, do you need the close-up? Honestly, that looks like a tax scam in real time. I think the guy just wanted to buy a bunch of meat and write it off in the budget. Hey Aaron, how have the runs gone so far? They have gone mediocre. Like, I don't know, man, you could have pulled a Zelda and just had the guy, like, fucking jiggle a pout around or whatever. And then have the creation just pop out. Like, I don't know, did it need to be highly detailed, or or the live action, was either of these things necessary? Just very strange overall. I've done it. I've given an opinion on something in Dragon's Dogma 2 anyway. Damn it! He didn't avoid the discourse at all. But I'm discoursing about something that no one cares about.
Whereas everyone was getting all busy talking about the other things around the game. I'm just like, I have nothing to add to this because I just don't want to play it. I'm not, like, against it, to be clear, by the way. I think the way I'm phrasing this, what the fuck does he have against Dragon's Dogma? Nothing. Just not that interested, either. Oof. I don't know, maybe later when it's, like, on sale and they've, like, patched it to shit and back. Maybe then I will consider it, I don't know. Probably not, though. Wonder what RE will come out next. RE1R, as in RE1 Remake, the second RE1 Remake. RE5, RE9, RE Code Veronica R. I think, well, the last game they re-released was a remake, so keeping in with the pattern, it should be a new Resident Evil next. Maybe this is where we'll see Resident Evil Hunk. That rumoured game that was on the Capcom leaks a while ago. Resident Evil Episode Hunk. Maybe that's RE9. Maybe RE9 is about Hunk. Could you imagine it? Imagine a world, chat. Imagine with me. This sucks. Oh!
They are creating these monsters
Stop imagining.
on this island.
Why did you take one more bullet to kill than usual? I dropped shotgun shells. My piss is piss. Of course it's piss. What else would it be? Not piss? No, my piss is grenade! Go get the grenade launcher. How did I end up on the file menu? How did that happen? No D-pad inputs were pressed. What are you doing? It doesn't make sense. It just continues to... Where did I get to?
Help! Lot!
Alright. Alright.
Hang on!
If there is a god in this universe, he will deliver unto me a one-shot hunter kill. This is the test that will prove it. It will not be working out between me and God. God damn it.
Lot!
I'm sorry.
Alright, very cool.
Please forgive me.
What are you talking about?
The US National Checkers Championship title has been contested since 1907. The 1990 edition featured 40 players in its top division, all of whom descended upon the host city of Tupelo, Mississippi, the birthplace of Elvis Presley, in the middle of August. Tinsley was there, along with his mentor Asa Long, and the man who'd brought him back to the competitive game, Don Lafferty. So was Charles Walker, Tinsley's promoter and partner in faith. And so was Chinook. The players took their seats at checkerboards in a hall that looked like a barn, Schaefer recalled. There was no air conditioning. Tinsley had won this event every time he'd competed since 1950. After the 6th round, Chinook trailed Tinsley by a measly 2 points.
Checkers tournaments are often played as a series of 4-game matches. A one match is worth 4 points and a drawn match 2 points. In the 7th round, for the first time in a sanctioned event, the Beast and the Professor would meet across a checkerboard. Cutscene. Tinsley and Schaefer shook hands and began to play. The first game of 4 was drawn, the second was drawn, the third was drawn, the fourth was drawn. When Schaefer's computer creation plate... Hang on, I have to move real quick.
Must evacuate immediately. Repeat.
I mean, I've stopped reading too early.
Evacuate immediately.
Alright, back to the book.
Where was I? When Schaefer's computer creation played in human tournaments, Schaefer, or occasionally one of his colleagues, had to babysit the machine, typing in the opponent's moves, moving the physical pieces on the board after Chinook displayed its move on the screen, hitting the clock that controls the player's allotted time, and monitoring for bugs and errors. Other than those rote tasks, however, during tournament games, Schaefer had a lot of time on his hands. To bide his time, he would compare the current gameplay to the existing human literature, specifically a book called Basic Checkers by Richard Faulkner, a central component of the game's canon. Unlike other players, Schaefer was allowed to consult books during games. He had committed to playing whatever move Chinook told him to make, no matter what. Basic Checkers is an opening book. Its 7 volumes are divided into chapters, each of which is devoted to a sequence of moves that might begin a game. One is titled 9-14, 22-17, 5-9, another is 10-15, 21-17, 6-10, and so on. Within each chapter, continuations beyond the first 3 moves are discussed. Best checkers practices, distilled from decades of human experience and analysis. I'm out of time.
That was an excerpt from the book 7 Games by Oliver Roeder. How many viewers left while I was doing that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a book about games and the people who play them at a competitive level. The first chapter's on checkers, so that was checkers. I missed the fucking bottle? The bottle button.
Bottle? What are you talking about? What is going on in my head?
Bottle.
What are you planning?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. When is the reading hour with Punchy? When I fucking pick up Dino Crisis again and there's time to, like, read for 30 minutes during every single run. Cayenne done. He learned the word. Oh my god. Certain 4th moves are weak, for example. Certain 5th moves are logical. Certain 6th moves are required unless you want your game to erode into dust. These required moves are denoted in the book with an asterisk, star moves. Herein lies a deep irony about this project. In one sense, Schaefer rooted for Chinook to make the plays listed in that book. That would mean that its algorithmic reasoning jived with the finest accumulated human knowledge. But all the top humans knew that book by heart. If Chinook simply aped its moves, it could only ever hope for an endless series of draws. Schaefer needed Chinook to do something truly new, something non-human. Chinook is a checkers playing AI. Chinook finished the tournament second, edging out Long, Lafferty, and another Silicon rival named Checkers Experimental. Tinsley, the reigning world champion, finished first, of course. By rule, the US national champion earned the right to challenge for the world championship. Tinsley couldn't challenge himself. So, hang on, good. That might have been a bit too early. Ikanai. Bad. Very bad. Fuck. If this one was on any kind of pace, that's dead now. It probably wasn't, but I can't tell.
Schaefer tried to call his spiritual predecessor... Oh, no, I've gone too far. So by default, in the summer of 1990, Chinook, a computer program, won the right to challenge Tinsley for the World Checkers Championship. Schaefer tried to call his spiritual predecessor and AI pioneer Arthur Samuel to tell him the news.
I only got like a sentence on that one. I'm gonna get hit, fucker! That sucks. You're rooting for Tinsley, you better slap that AI down. The context that we have is that Tinsley is like, he's the greatest, he's considered the greatest checkers player to walk the planet. There is an anecdote in this book about how over like 800 tournament games he played, he made, according to algorithmic analysis of the games, he made mistakes 3 times total. He simply plays a perfect game. Which is, that is nuts. Like, I couldn't do that. No one can. But Tinsley can. Oh, but Samuel had died 2 weeks earlier. Schaefer realized that he was fighting humanity on 2 fronts, its intuition and its mortality. The truest test of his checkers program was the great Marion Tinsley, and Tinsley was growing old. But Chinook energized the aging master. For decades, no human had challenged him like Chinook. After tough draws against the machine in the 1990 tournament, I have to move! Speedruns suck, just read book. After tough draws against the machine in the 1990 tournament, he had cheered loudly and looked to the heavens. Thank you, Lord. He felt like a teenager again, at least over the checkerboard. Rather than distance himself from a seemingly losing battle with the machine, Tinsley embraced it. Perhaps he would have preferred to put it this way. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Thanks to the vagaries of competitive checker scheduling and logistics, a world champion match would still be 2 years away. Okay, that's very cool. Why did that whiff? What? There's a mind to cure counter to use it in mastering checkers. I forget what the book said his occupation was, but it was something sciencey. Professional checkers is not an occupation you can actually have for money. Like, the dude was a the dude was a checkers mutant, but also he, like, had a job. I am out of flame rounds already because I whiffed one earlier. That is unsurprising, but nevertheless, it's very sad. It's like chess, only top 30 can make a living off it. That is true of a lot of professional practices. Like, there are honestly very few people who can claim to be professional speedrunners, and I'm one of them, somehow. That was great! Damn! I know it's like, man, you're plus 14. Was it really that great? I don't know. I think it was. I think I just lose time because 70k is trash idiot for beans. But honestly, I thought that was a pretty good fight. Hurry! He didn't move a whole lot, and I just shot him to death, and it didn't run out of ammo. Anyway. A World Championship match would still be 2 years away, leaving ample time for further analysis, testing, and improvement. In 1991, a former student of Schaefer's heard about Chinook and offered to help. The alumnus worked at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, 50 miles east of San Francisco.
The lab owned a BBN TC-2000, a gleaming black monolithic supercomputer that was used by the laboratory scientists to study things such as cold matter Monte Carlo photonics, mixed-zone Eulerian hydrodynamics, and plasma simulations for fusion energy devices, according to an internal lab paper. For decades, the focus of Lawrence Livermore had been nuclear weapons, and this expensive machine furthered that pursuit. The paper did not mention, however, the computer's next task. It would contribute to the utter destruction of Checkers. Schaefer and his team were granted access to the machine when it was idle via a network connection from Edmonton. An hour on the supercomputer was an invaluable resource. Instead of a bicycle, Schaefer recalled, I now had access to a Lamborghini. And it was a resource that Schaefer exploited to frightening effect. In the spring of 1992, Schaefer received startling word from a university computer administrator. An investigation had been opened into possible criminal activity on the school's network. Fully 80% of all the Western internet traffic between Canada and the United States was coming through Schaefer's office. But that was just Schaefer and his Chinook team, sending checkers positions between the University of Alberta and the Nuclear Weapons Research Lab in California. Schaefer had to be wrestled away from his work with the Lawrence Livermore supercomputer to take his wife, Steph, to the hospital. She was in labor. Their daughter was being born. Weeks later, Schaefer left his wife and their newborn alone once again. Charles Walker, the Mississippi Checkers booster, had arranged a match. Schaefer held the unorthodox view that his computer program ought to be able to simply compete for the human world title. You can't discriminate based on race, sex, religion, or sex, he wrote. You shouldn't discriminate based on a computational model. In his view, Tinsley's natural abilities were every bit as human as Schaefer's skill at designing a tool to match them. This view is uncommon for a reason. 3648 is a really good time. Like, it says plus 48 on the splits, but it's only plus 12 in reality. If I didn't have that fucking snafu with Hypnos, that honestly probably would have gotten world record. I'm willing to bet I burned enough time on that was close. Because that was a really good final boss. Damn. There's potential here. One more.
Gun survivor.
I think I have time for about one more. Blessing of 70k. I don't really think it's Blessing of 70k. The 70k is distinctly slower RTA for sure. What time is Hotfix for me? 2 a.m. I'm tired now. Time is it for me? Right now, 3 p.m.
I disagree.
6 and leave 6 and lurk.
Koyos, thank you for the 70 months. 70 months? Jeez.
You look familiar, but...
So, how are we enjoying the Checkers talk so far?
But I just can't remember.
Me bleeding all my viewers to reading the Checkers book during the run.
I can't remember anything.
Everyone ran away when they heard Checkers. Checkers is for nerds. What's this book? It's 7 Games by Oliver Roder.
You're better than me!
I don't know, it's just a way for me... I want to read the book at some point, right? And I'm finding time. Be efficient with your time, folks. This is how I do everything. This is how I get so much done. You gotta. This is that maximum grind set. Got some downtime in a video game, like speedrun. Read a book. During the Shattered Memories speedrun world record, I am doing my flashcards in the middle of it. I am doing my Japanese flashcards during the cutscenes. I can't believe that that's, like, true. Like, in the middle of the world record run, I, like, just tab over to the other monitor and start doing my Japanese flashcards. Oh, come on. Come on. Get out of here. That doesn't work so much when I'm playing a game casually. Because, like, when I'm playing a game casually, I want to actually, like, watch the cutscenes, you know? But when I'm speedrunning a game that's like that has some unskippable cutscenes, and you know, I'm seeing them a million times, especially Shattered Memory, which has a lot of quite lengthy unskippable cutscenes. Just do your flashcards. Read, study, invest, practice, weightlift, and meditate all at the same time. Exactly.
double up. I imagine this is how a lot of people watch so much TV shows that I don't, or films. You know, they just have Netflix going in another monitor while they, like, work or whatever. I don't do that because I find I don't actually watch them. They're just like background noise. I'm not actually listening. Like me, right now, while you're folding your laundry! Damn it, again. Why are you doing that to me? Pay attention to the stream. I see you playing fucking Baldur's Gate 3 on the other monitor. Walker, the secretary of the American Checker Federation, disagreed with the AI should be a human thing. After extensive lobbying, the ACF agreed to sanction 4 separate world titles: Man vs. Man, Woman vs. Woman, Machine vs. Machine, and Human vs. Machine. A $10,000 prize fund was arranged, and terms were agreed on. Tinsley hadn't lost a single game of checkers in 6 years. He'd lost only 3 times since 1950. That's fucking crazy. The match with Chinook would begin in 1 year. Things are getting intense.
What's that?
Disregard game, tell us about Tinsley. He seems like a very interesting bloke, honestly. The man played the game competitively for 40 years and lost 3 games total. Like, games, not even tournaments. Because games are played in sets in checkers. This book contains a chapter on Scrabble, and that's probably going to be really interesting. The stories about the greatest Scrabble player are ridiculous. He is such a weirdo. The dude biked, like, 11 hours in the rain to attend a tournament in Australia, declined an offer to take a ride home, won, left, biked home. Just absolute weirdo. This is the guy who famously has won the French national Scrabble tournament multiple times and does not speak French, anything. He's from New Zealand, like, but he's won, like, English Scrabble nationals and French Scrabble nationals, despite not speaking any French. And he's won the English title in, like, multiple places that have different rules. Different word lists. Because, like, the American word list is different from the British word list, and it's also different from, notably, the Malaysian word list. If that seems strange, that there is, like, an English language Malaysian Scrabble scene, it seems strange to me as well, but it exists, apparently. The Ryu of Scrabble. It really is like that. He has already left. He is seeking the next battle. Just memorize all the words, easy game. That is unironically what he says when asked for advice about how to play better. That is unironically what the guy says. When he's asked, like, you know, how do you do that? He replies, just memorize. It's just a matter of memorizing all the words. Which, you know, that's true, but I feel like it rather simplifies the matter. just memorize all the words for it. That really is the advice he gives. Oh my god, get out the fucking way. Trash. That's like a photographic memory kind of deal. He claims to have an eidetic memory, yeah. The thing about people who claim to have a photographic memory, though, is that this has never been proven to actually exist. Really? Yeah, no, photographic memories are not thought to actually be real. Because, like, all research into, like, human memory and how it works indicate that, like, eidetic / photographic memories, they're different words for the same thing, aren't real. Like, it's just not how people remember stuff. I definitely don't have a photographic memory, I'll tell you that for now. The way I keep in mind all these speedruns is that I have tons of notes, just tons of the fuckers. Aggressive note-taking. I love notes. I love notes. Good RNG. Do I have the notes to hand? For this run, I have no notes. This one I just remember by remembering. This one is just learn the run, forehead. It's short enough, and like, what notes do I really need to provide for this game? Like, it really is as simple as it looks. So, do you think you could do this run by looking at it? You probably can. So, sometimes you look at a speedrun and you think, you know, I can do that, and then you actually try it, and it's more complicated than it appears. This is not one of those times. If you're looking at this run and you think, I bet I could do that, you probably could.
Hello? Can you hear me? Who are you? What are you doing? Answer me!
Because it really is as straightforward as it appears to be. Come on, Licker's reroll. Oh, I got it. I heard the disc. I heard the disc churn in its drive, and I was like, oh shit. The way you can tell that that room has changed from Hunters to Licker is if the disc has to churn, because it reloads the room. Whereas if it stays Hunter, it doesn't do that. Physical media this is, you know, I used that when I was running D2, because when you're about to start a random encounter, the Dreamcast disk drive will make a loud fucking noise. So if you can step into a zone where random encounters don't happen before, like, after you hear the noise, and before the encounter actually starts, you can sometimes duck them. That first shot missed, which is a tragedy. Dropped it. Get the door, fuck. The board hasn't... Yeah, this one has a split between emulator and console, which is good, because it really runs quite differently across the two. Although it's weird, because the emulator board is timed RTA, while the console board is timed IGT. Why is it like that? The console needs it more. Huh? It's a badly managed leaderboard, I don't know what to tell you. Feels like it was done out of spite for me in specific. Okay, it's probably not. That's... For the fact that, like, console... Because, like, I've wanted it swapped to RTA. I have told them that the IGT is fucked before. And they swapped it to RTA for emulators, but not console. It's like, what the fuck? Especially because, by the way, if it was timed RTA, my run would look faster. That's why I was like, is this being done despite me in specific? I doubt it. I'm not actually, like, that petty. I don't think it was done despite me. I don't know what the fuck the thought process was behind that. Ever seen me getting used traditional orientation for subtitles? Yeah. The original House of the Dead has traditional orientation for subtitles as well. Yeah, for those of you who don't know what they mean by that, they mean the fact that Japanese is vertical. And on the side, like a book. Books are written that way. This is the only PS1 RE game to be like that. I think so as well, but I think... Okay, really dumb pull. I think Code Veronica Arcade might be vertical. But don't quote me on that. It's not PS... Oh yeah, no, it's not. I didn't read the fucking post properly. As far as PS1 games go, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the only one that's vertical. The streamer is the one not reading properly. Oh no! Sad. Alright, I always bleed an ass ton of time on this split when playing on 70k. Even though it's probably not that bad. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's probably not that bad. Honestly, it was pretty good. I got, like, the through on the zombie. No, you fuckface. Good enough. Good enough. Ow! What? What range on that? That, like, startled me because I was not expecting that to make contact. Whoa, the boost. It's huge. No, the boost stopped. Ooh, chodai. Nah. There are many PS1 games using Japanese orientation for a book style effect, especially if they're in Asian times, but you hadn't seen it for subtitles. Subtitles for like a game with English VA, I assume. Because I've seen it used for like dialogue subtitles in quite a few Japanese games. The one that's coming to mind right now is Boku no Natsuyasumi. Particularly because that game, like, literally when the text comes on the screen, it like takes the form of book text. Like it shows up with a white background and everything. Like it's on the page. It's meant to feel like a book. That game has literary ambitions. God, that guy is eager for screen time. +5 is not bad. I'm saying it's not bad. Like, no, it's so far. This is where I just start to bleed time for seemingly no reason. On 70k, regardless of how good the actual run is. It's weird. I do not understand the way this interacts with... I don't understand the relationship between RTA and IGT in this game, and I don't understand the way the console model interacts with that either. That's okay. This is why I want this game to just be RTA instead, because it's way simpler. And the IGT is demonstrably fucked. You know, RTA would be obnoxious in a different way in that I think you'd need a specific model of PS2. But at least then it would be just that. That's such bullshit, you weren't even facing me, you liar. That guy had his back to me and the game was still like, what if it was a grab? Shut up. Quiet. Who asked you? Like, having this game be RTA would completely screw PS3, because the PS3 loads are the worst, but, like, they're already screwed, because IGT, RTA matters to some extent. That wouldn't help. Bleh, I can't move properly. No. Cornering. Cornering is hard. Turn the power on. Look at them, in synchronized bobbing action. Look at them go. Oh, look at me go, getting stuck on the fucking wall. God damn. Gah. Seriously? I even looked a little to the right to try and have that not happen. Fuck off. Fuck off, you weirdo! Dickhead hitboxes. It's no good, man. Maxie said earlier while he was in the stream that this song sounds like two people honking at each other in traffic. What did he mean by this?
They are creating these monsters on this island.
Gee, what now? Honking at each other in traffic. Man, why did... my first shot's whiffing. Am I using fast disc? Yeah. Ooh, flame rounds. Thrilling. That's the good RNG. Hey, 666, you saw my Japanese Left 4 Dead YouTube video, had no idea on Twitch. I'm primarily a Twitch streamer, in fact. I don't think I mentioned that in the Left 4 Dead video because it was like the first video essay type thing I ever made. It did not occur to me to mention it. I've only like figured out what the hell a YouTube is somewhat recently. Using the YouTube website still makes me feel extremely old. Like I just don't know what any of the buttons do. Hi, Replay.
Hang on!
Alright. Once again, folks, if there is a god, they will give unto me a one-shot hunter kill. If there is a god. It will not be working out between me and the Lord! Fuck.
Lot, I'm sorry.
God damn it.
Please forgive me.
What are you talking about?
By the summer of 1992, Chinook was equipped with all of the endgames up to 7 pieces, along with a big chunk of the 8-piece database. Tens of billions of checkers positions in total. In all of which, it was guaranteed to play perfectly. Fixing a single error in the 7-piece database had cost the project more than a month. It also had an opening library of thousands of moves culled from the best of the published human literature by Norman Triola. After hardware upgrades, it was running in parallel on 8 processors in a refrigerator-sized machine.
Hello.
I'm recounting a story about checkers players from the book 7 Games by Oliver Roeder.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Tinsley, now 65 years old, naturally opted for more human preparation.
So I knew that you
Before the
weren't here
match,
when
he
I saw
invited
you.
Don Lafferty, his one true disciple and the man who had promised to quit drinking if he returned to competitive checkers, to stay at his home for intensive study and practice. Lafferty, 59, brought along his checkers library, in its book margins filled with years of handwritten analysis. Lafferty would wake in the middle of the night, wander the house, and find Tinsley still up, working in his bed with his books and his miniature checkerboard. The World Championship match would last 40 games and take place at the same Park Lane Hotel in London, where Chinook had successfully debuted against Silicon Competition 3 years earlier.
All the personnel evacuate immediately.
All the personnel will evacuate immediately. Hang on. Give me a moment. I'm cooking. Alright. As Schaefer put it, for the first time in history in an intellectual domain, man must defend his supremacy against the challenge of a computer. The British press was out in force, fascinated by the born-again American professor in the green suit and colourful Jesus tie pin defending the species against the machine, like St. George against the dragon. To The Guardian, Tinsley said, "I have a better programmer than Chinook. His was Jonathan, mine was the Lord." Holy shit. To The Independent, he added, "I don't want to let my programmer down, and I'm sure I won't." And while he preferred more evangelistic congregations, Tinsley spent the morning before the first game reprogramming himself at an Anglican chapel not far from the playing venue. The first game was a tense draw over 5.5 hours of play. To confirm the draw, Chinook peered 19 moves into the future to arrive safely at a conclusion in its endgame database. In the second game, Chinook played one of its cooks, a move criticised by the human experts in the audience as ugly. So I have to stop reading the book real quick. Yeah, bit of background about Tinsley that we got from earlier in the book is that very religious. Ugly moves, no good at all. Sorry, that's such a fucking funny quote. His programmer was Jonathan, mine was the Lord. What a character. So, I'm killing time during the game's cutscenes by reading a book. For those of you who have just come in to the stream and are wondering, what the fuck is he doing? I started doing it as a bit, and now I'm honestly just reading it because it's interesting. Like, I want to read the book, and I've got downtime, so... I did this during, like, I read a chunk of, like, the first 5,000 years when I was running Dino Crisis, because that game has, like, 30 minutes of cutscenes that can't be skipped. And back to the book.
Despite the aesthetics, Tinsley defended accurately, another draw. Game 3 was a peaceful draw. Game 4 was another draw. Triola operated Chinook for the 5th game as Schaefer broke fatigue. Something slipped in the opening. Chinook erred and went down the computational equivalent of nearly half a checker. The program managed to fight back and equalize the game. At one point it had a choice of 2 moves in a complex middle game. One led to a draw and the other to a sure loss. But at the time, Chinook evaluated them as equal. It was programmed to decide arbitrarily between 2 equal moves. Chinook chose wrong. Tinsley won. With 5 more minutes of computation, the machine would have found the 8 answer, and the game would have been a draw. Tinsley had drawn blood from the dragon. As was revealed in the game's post-mortem analysis, the problem wasn't in Chinook's programming, but in its database. Tinsley beat the computer. Crazy shit.
I feel like my chat's like gotten really invested in this story as well.
I'm kind of into it too. There were mistakes in Fortman's basic checkers. These errors were known by certain players, but the book hadn't sold enough copies to warrant a second, corrected edition. One needed to search more than 20 moves deep into the games to find the weakness. Just as human ingenuity had built Chinook, so human errors had infected it.
There's something profound in that, that's for sure. Turns out if you build an AI on bad data... This is a good book. I think it took a moment to get there. Honestly, the first few, like... First handful of pages, it's a bit dry. That is not amazing. Oh, but I got through. That's fine. I feel like the Checkers book reading might be a bit polarizing, but I'm having fun. Also, the fact that World Championships in Checkers played over 40 fucking games at 5 hours each is ridiculous. What do you mean it takes 5 hours to play a game of checkers? What the hell? What is going on in, like, checkers? How many games is, like, World Chess Championships played for? I feel like that might be a better known thing, because chess is quite popular on Twitch. Ooh, Nikita! No, you pushed me past the door, you motherfucker! Damn it, I hate it when that happens!
Book. Game 6 was a draw. In Game 7, Tinsley finally erred, allowing a would-be victory to descend into yet another draw. Ooh. Tinsley hadn't been sleeping well, he wrote in his notes on the match, admitting, the resulting mental fatigue really began to hit me. Chinook won Game 8, and the match was tied. On his 26th move of the game... I gotta play the game. On his 26th move of the game, Tinsley, playing the white pieces in the position pictured, you can't see the picture, fuck, resigned and extended his hand in congratulations. A Tinsley loss was so rare, this was the first in 7 years. The crowd assumed the players were agreeing to a draw. The Chinooks team, ostensibly celebratory dinner, took on the cast of a funeral. They had gotten what they wished for, and the regret that came along with it. They had defeated the great old man.
It's still alive!
Whoa.
Classical chess championships can go into 20 games? That sounds like reasonable-ish, in a certain sense. Ow. 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 Nice. Good RNG. Anything as a retirement. Well, we don't know if he lost, like, the set. But he did lose a game. The next oh, no, I skipped it. Are you the devil? The reporter asked. Damn. Because yeah, I presume that these games are being played over multiple days. Check for such a thing as Mahjong Masters. There definitely is. I watch Pro League sometimes. Fuck. I'm not actually hitting properly with that. Also pretty good. I had extra flame rounds, so I'm not sure. Still probably not a PB, though. If I have a sense for what the gap is between a 70k and a 90k. Well, maybe not, because I didn't have to pop into the menu to... It's probably worse than it looks, actually, yeah.
Hurry!
Most chess formats are 1 game a day. That makes sense given that a single chess game takes like a fucking work day. Just the fact that checkers, though, is like 40 games to decide world champion titles. 40 is a lot of games to play at checkers. That's more games of checkers than I think I've ever played in my life.
10 seconds to detonation. 9.
But yeah, no, there are like pro-level Mahjong players. There's a pro league.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Actually, the fucked up thing is that being like technically a professional Mahjong player is actually weirdly easy. Like I could probably pass the exam. You just have to pay the fees and be able to like pass the entrance exam, which is a series of questions to do with like the strategy of the game. Sometimes like what would you discard type questions and shit. If you're competent with that sort of thing, even a reasonably intermediate player can probably make the thing is just that being a professional Mahjong player doesn't have any value by itself.
Anyway, where are we? Schaefer recalled being interviewed afterward by a journalist from a Christian newspaper. Are you the devil? The reporter asked. The next 5 games were drawn. Chinook won the 14th, taking the lead in the match. For the first time, Schaefer recalled, Tinsley looked old. Tinsley looked old. Tinsley looked old and bad. God damn it. In contrast to the other team members, I felt a little sad that Chinook had been that successful because he was a god to serious checkers players like me, Cheolar told me. 1 win against Marion might be hopeful, but 2 wins was something of a shock. The next 3 games were drawn. The Park Lane hotel staff had been instructed after each August day's play to turn the lights off and leave the air conditioning on. The night before the 18th game, they'd done the opposite.
I don't know, but don't
Play was delayed that morning as desperate attempts were made to cool what had become a very hot hall in which Chinook's hardware had been sitting overnight, baking. On the 17th move of the 18th game, Chinook's all-seeing eye recognized the position in its archive. Tinsley had played it before. Not only that, the program thought it held the advantage. It considered how best to proceed. It searched 15 moves ahead, then 17 moves, and then tried for 19, for which it gave itself some extra time. 36.51, yeah, it wasn't as good as it looked. Still pretty good, though. Getting a 36 is not bad. It continued, it then displayed a message on Schaefer's screen, time up, but search unstable. It continued to search the tree and refused to make a move. It displayed that same message again and again as a wave of nausea overcame its operator. Schaefer and his colleagues tried to reboot the program, but it kept on searching, lost somewhere deep in the bottomless well. The Chinook team had no choice but to resign the game. The match was tied again, and the problem never entirely diagnosed, the heat or perhaps simple program bugs. Divine retribution has also been suggested, reported The Independent. The problem eventually disappeared. The next 6 games were draws. I'm not going to be able to read what the conclusion of the story is, because, like, well, at least this little part of the story, because I'm out of time for the stream. I gotta go to work. You want to know how the story of Tinsley versus the machine ends?
You gotta buy the fucking book, sorry. I gotta go to work, dude. Like, I'm out of time. Do you want me to just skip to the end of the story? I'm gonna... No, hang on, I can read the rest of it. Hang on. It's not that long. I skipped to the end and there's only like a page left. A refreshed Tinsley, who'd spent his days off in prayer, was now playing the toughest checkers of his life across the table from an unshaven, unwashed computer science professor. Hang on, I'm putting the game back on real quick. Tinsley won the 25th game. The next 13 games would be draws. When 10 games of the 40 remained in the World Championship, Schaefer's wife, Steph, and 9-month-old daughter, Rebecca, arrived in London to cheer him on. Schaefer couldn't even pick them up from the airport. He had to tend to Chinook. Tinsley won yet again in the 39th game, and it was over. 4 wins for the human, 2 wins for the machine, and 33 draws. Despite fatigue and a blistering technological assault, this was surely some of the finest checkers ever played by a human. 3 cheers for human beings, Tinsley shouted in triumph over the applause as Chinook resigned the decisive game. And that includes Jonathan. The loser's share of the championship's prize fund was $4,000, all but $400 of which had been spent on travel, lodging, food, and other essentials. Triller thought the rest of the money should have been his. Much of his early and important work on Chinook had been unpaid. Schaefer had sent him only the occasional $1,000. There was an ugly argument in which tempers flared and common sense was forgotten. Tinsley wins against the machine! He beat the checkers machine! Okay, now I'm done.
You're better than me!
Now I'm done. For 4-2. They play 40 games and 33 were draw. Checkers fucking sucks, dude. Alright, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, drop me a follow here on the twitch.tv, especially if you like books about checkers, apparently. Thank you very much for watching. Social media stuff. Join the community Discord, follow me on Twitter for stream updates and stuff I do, etc, etc. Let's find someone to raid. Ugh. I'm going to send you guys over to Umbrella Jill. They're playing Ill Bleed. I don't think they're doing runs, but I think they might be practicing or something. I don't know. Maybe they're just playing. But, like, they run this game. Alright, thank you very much for watching, everyone. That was a nice, like, early 6-hour stream for once. I don't usually stream these hours. It's weird to do 6, but that's a proper... I feel like that makes up for me not streaming on Tuesday. That was a proper, like, full-length kind of stream. And I'll catch you guys on the hotfix later tonight. It'll be at 2 a.m. GMT. Figure out whatever that time is in your zone and follow the GDQ channel to catch it. Or follow me on Twitter so you can catch like the announcement when I'm about to go. Because I do that. I tweet before I go live on the GDQ stream. Man, I have a cough. I need to drink a tea. Alright. Thank you very much for watching, folks. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.